This conference will now be recorded.
Going, call to order and just roll call.
Okay, Mr. Lashir? Here. Ms. Holloway? Here. Mr. Jensen? Here. Ms. O'Connell? Here. Mr. Kitch? Sir, you have a here.
Pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Next in line is approval of the agenda. Any changes or anything need to be made to the agenda?
Yes, we've added two proposals from Mr. Soto. They would be part of 6A little I and 6A double I little I. Okay.
In Cal, if I could, I think I highlighted
Yes.
to the left of you is an email. You can modify the agenda item 16.
Okay, and then we would add under item 16, little I, closed door session, and then a double I, consideration of action, directions to district attorney and district manager concerning pending litigation involving Mac LLC and Alligator Boys LLC.
Thank you.
Those would be the three additions, sir.
Okay.
Wait, I have one change. We need to delete the monthly financial report.
Yes.
I don't know if anybody else got it. I never got it.
No, it's, we just couldn't get it done. It's, I think we've always said that we need at least to the 10th.
Right.
And so.
Which one is that?
9A.
And they were deleting that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, one other thing. I think it's under legal, or maybe, hold on, please. So, all right. E is Cage Drive fence, but I also have read something during the month about a dock at Sunset Day.
What's up before?
Yeah,
Where is that?
it is there. One of them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's not on there.
Yeah, make it F. 8.
174 Ks?
Yes,
Yes.
Sunset Day.
I thought they said they wanted to drop that.
I haven't heard anything.
The only thing I remember is that we got the.
That's the one with the fencing? Oh,
No.
oh, okay, that's,
That's Cage Drive, this is a dock.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah, okay. I think we've got that. Oh,
Yeah, but I don't know.
okay, I'll give an update.
Yeah.
Okay,
I make a motion to approve the amended agenda.
I second.
All in favor? Aye. Now we move on to audience comments on the agenda item. Anything? No? Okay.
Yeah, maybe we've got a really busy agenda. So if we can keep comments on agenda items to just the board and staff advise you, that would be great. Otherwise, it's gonna be my first 8-hour meeting. So.
Get over the scare.
Yeah, whatever.
Pardon me?
Overtime.
Whatever you decide. So, and you have 11 o'clock, the mosquito control district will be here, and at 12:30, the court reporter will be here for your full session. So.
Let's rock. Okay. All right. Approval. All right. Approval of meeting minutes. Last meeting, I had several corrections. Number one, line on 20. Move forward with the road repairs and any costs that were incurred by the HOA. They are not an HOA, they're a condo association.
Okay,
So COA,
COA.
Yeah, COA. The engineer met number 41, the engineer met with Stellaris, same thing, 6 COA. 53, frankly, president of the Stellaris board, COA, master board, COA.
and the,
Yeah,
and COA.
They're part of the master board
Master one.
of the COA.
Okay, of the Stella Maris Master COA Board.
Stellaris board.
Stella Maris North.
Yeah. Thank you, villages. I knew that come to the right start, villages. 91.
I'm sorry, is that Villages of Stella Maris or Villages of Stella Maris North?
Key villages at Stella. Master Associate.
Thank you.
So there is no north. Okay. The Villages at Stella Maris Master COA Board.
All right, number 91. On motion by Supervisor Holloway, seconded by Supervisor Jensen. I don't see anything where the vote. We all voted in favor of that.
Okay.
All-
Okay.
Table that.
To table that offer from Brian Jones, we voted.
Okay, the board approved tabling.
Yeah.
The board, I just, yeah, in other words, a motion by Supervisor Holloway, seconded by Supervisor Jensen, with all in favor, the board agreed to table the offer.
We tabled it until we get the credit.
All right. And last but not least, number 93. It was not Supervisor Holloway that suggested asking people to pay, but it was Supervisor Jensen that asked.
I'm sorry, what number was that?
93. Supervisor Holloway, Jensen, well, not quite those, sorry.
But
Okay.
I did say put it in the community mailing. But I don't think it's that. That was the second part.
Okay, so it was happening, period. Supervisor Jensen,
Suggesting asking people's opinion on the next four hours.
okay.
And it could say, and Supervisor Holloway requested including a survey in a community meeting.
Okay, at community mailing period, and Supervisor Holloway said Survey Monkey would be a better way to ask community their opinions.
No, before that, after next door app, or Supervisor Holloway.
I get it. I just got these, they're, yeah, I've never worn by. It's like that line keeps moving up and
You want to
down.
try my tripod?
My readers work.
Yeah. progressive on the line.
Okay. So I've got Supervisor Jensen suggested asking people's opinion on the Nextdoor app, or is this where we're including this? Holloway? Okay. So instead of or, we say Mrs. Or Supervisor Holloway Suggested.
Survey in a community mailing.
including a survey in a community mail. Okay. A resident said Survey Monkey, that's fine.
The next one is 110, frankly, President said, I think we would say the same thing. Villages at Stellaris,
Yeah, change the title.
change the title of that one. Change HOA to COA. And that's it. That's enough.
I have one on the same page, page 14, number 104. I think the second line, the process would require a rule change. He is, I believe it's legal counsel.
Okay. So,
Yes.
Right.
That's in
Yes,
here.
legal counsel has that line.
okay, so instead of he, we would put attorney.
Yeah. just a-
But I think sure we same comment.
Here said that the methodology must be defensible and the process would require a rule change.
Yes.
Okay. Even if I wasn't on vacation, I wouldn't have thought of it, so.
Motion to approve the amended minutes.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Landscape. Maintenance. Robert. Morning.
I did my drive around with Michelle this month, and we, from the previous month, we did complete, it was right at the beginning, the tree trimming. It all got done, all completed. We also did Union Road. That was all part of the package that I proposed for you guys. On Chris's notes, we looked around, there is an agave that needs to be replaced. It's natural, after they seed, they die out. They're just part of the pots in there. I just wanted to see if I can just replace it. It's about $150 to replace it. I don't think she wrote up a proposal for that.
No,
one.
she didn't.
I think I missed that on my notes. It's really not, it's just to replace, it's an empty pot, so just replacing it. I can send a proposal once I leave out, so you guys have it. But it does need to be replaced. Well, we can handle that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's simple. So I mean, I figured, I didn't miss it. It was my fault. This time of the year, being proactive, we kind of looked at areas that are need of some help, of some landscape upgrades, and the proposals that you got from this previous drive around are areas that we looked at together that I feel that need to be addressed, and now is the time of the year to do it with all the natural rains that we're getting. You know, get some plants in, let them grow throughout the summer, so it looks nice and sharp in the fall. The area, did she send the picture, Michelle? Okay, great, okay. 41 median on the east side of that. There's some voids there. I like to fill in with some grass, some dead plants that I could take out. There's a proposal for that area to remove the Indian hawthorn and replace it with the Fakahatchee. I want to keep it native, so it's just easy maintenance, you know, pretty simple. I think it's
proposal 4406 for 1,125. That was in the handouts. We just got that yesterday, so.
That's one area. The other area that we discussed was at Kay's Drive, where we removed the 2 palm trees already, so it doesn't look so bare. I like to remove the entire stump that was left behind, clear all the vegetation that's around it, get rid of all the infection that we had there, and then re-landscape it with the tree, you know, an ornamental tree, nothing that'll grow too big because it is a median. So I want to just redo that, just that section of the bed. I'm not looking to redo the entire sign, but just to add a little bit of beautification in that area. I sent a couple of pictures to that as well with some of the recommendations to it. That kind of me and Michelle talked about. It's really nothing too crazy, but something to kind of clean it up. You know, I think if we can just do a little bit at a time, just kind of what we've done in the past, you know, start slowly change the look on the property. Those 2 are the 2 estimates, and the agave were the only ones. I am going to request the guys.
The other one too that you said previously, that was to put a hole spigot in.
Yes,
3921.
that was on the, I didn't bring that one with you, though. That was.
So you got 3 proposals. The 4th one that we're talking about replacing, we'll just handle that internally. I'll approve it.
That's fine.
So, but these 3 is for board consideration.
Right.
Okay.
And Gonna have the guys turn off the water, be conservative, but we'll keep an eye on it. As far as if we do need it, we'll turn it back on. If we don't, I'll let it kind of be as long as we can. So I'm doing that in general throughout my properties this time of the year, the bigger associations and the common areas to just try to preserve a little bit of the water, let it kind of do its natural summer cycle. So, but other than that, we are gonna bush hog the well road. That was on Chris's notes. And we'll have that all bush hogged so we can get. Do you guys have a deadline when you need it done for fuel or to get back there? Just do it. Okay, that's fine. We'll get it done. It's just started raining, so it's that time of the year. We'll get that mowed all the way down to the well fields out at the back and pushed back. So, but that's pretty much it.
Waiting on the month, we should probably get the vote on these two proposals, we have 27.
Actually, three. The one for 414 for the state and the other two for each one was 1125.
I'll make a motion.
To all three proposals for about 2,700. For the list of the estimates, 4406, 4407, and 3921.
Yeah, I've got that.
All in favor?
That's it. Thank you. Have a good weekend. Yep.
Thank you. You're doing this, so we got mentioned action. Good morning, everybody. I'm gonna go into this corner, that was kind of crowded. All the boards. On the flow diagram, it is incorrect this week. It really is 48,000, not 8,000. So we got a new girl in the office, she made a mistake.
No, don't be late.
Russ came to me today about something else, and I was sure that's what it was, but I was wrong. The wastewater treatment plant, I'm sorry, the water treatment plant, the plant is operating great, just as designed. The reuse PLC that runs the reuse spill equipment, it failed. We called BCI, they came out and looked at it. It's outdated and not available any longer. So they are getting us a quote on an updated PLC that will work with the software that actually runs the plant. And I'll get that over to Cal as soon as I have it, which will be shortly. Until then, we've got a workaround, so everything's working in automatic. Everything's okay, but it's just a mechanical workaround for right now. So the PLC back up and running. The wastewater treatment plant, everything is working fine with it. It's making great effort, like always. The fire station pumps, we tested them before ELSA. Make sure that the pumps were going to work and the generator was going to work. Everything's working there. It's functioning, but so lift station's kind of the same. They're all working. There's two that need attention, but they're functioning right now. No issues for a reason for alarm. Reuse is okay. Distribution, the same amount of meter research as normal. I think we installed 7 new meters of backflows this month for new construction. The new meters, it's been going slow, but starting Monday, I'm putting a whole bunch of men on it, like 12 or 14 guys every day. So we're going to try to plow through it and get it done this month like we said we would. While we're doing the new meter installs, we're changing the backflow handles, the ones on the back of the backflow that are rusted. We figured that'd be a good time to change those out as well. So take care of those. Any questions?
Can you get those, Calvin?
I got to understand.
Oh, you did?
Yes, I can.
Someone said they approached one of the people doing that, and they said they didn't work.
All right now.
Yeah, I know, that's what I thought.
Nobody's on my guys.
Unless they were stealing.
Well, you're in the meters, but there has not been anyone on this property
That's what I thought.
working on meters other than my guy.
Right now, you're just under 100 that you installed.
Just under 100, but that was like 2 guys working on them. I figure if I put 14 guys a day, that we should be able to plow through them in a couple of weeks. So we're just gonna bring all of our resources right here and try to get them done in like 2 or 3 weeks.
make sure we get the meter change out sheets.
Yeah, and Cal sent me 3 examples, you know, as best we could look at it.
Yep.
And I don't think it's gonna be out of line.
I hope not.
You know, the numbers I see.
Yeah, a lot of it just depends, that there were so many meters that were bad.
Yeah, you
And
have a few,
it just,
but overall, the
It's-
examples I had, I would say it's in line.
yeah,
But my meter's still there.
Thank you. You're talking about meter change, what are those?
it's a sheet when he changes the meter from the old to new, he gives us the new reading because we have to go in and change it out in the program. Because in our program, every house has got a meter number that we bill off of. So we need that information and not all with a bunch of them at one time, or we just can't keep up with it. So we get them as they put them in, and Mitch and I talked, and we're gonna get them daily, and then we can put them in.
So the 100 meters we put in that had a billing cycle year?
3 have,
3?
or 6 meters, but 3 homes.
Yeah.
And we, for the next billing cycle, not the one that we just mailed out on, but the 2 months that are coming up, we should have 100 or just under 100 we'll be able to get. Because all these others that are going in, it's going to be a partial billing. So the program will be able to bill off the old and the new, but you're not going to get a reading off of what the true usage of the new meter is unless it goes through an entire bill cycle. And I think we had a total of 87, was it?
Yeah. No problem, even a couple of bills. Once everybody re-arrives back here, and then, exactly.
Yes, but we should be, we'll get a reading. I mean, there's, unless they shut their water off and they have the water shut off at the meter, and they need to tell us that. Mitch needs to shut it off and not somebody says, how did I use any water? I shut it off. Well, we don't know it's been shut off, and we can't verify. So, I mean, a lot of people know how to go out and turn it off at the, probably, you know, just before the meter or something. They know how to do it, but we don't know that it's been done. When Mitch is,
They'll actually shut the neighbors off.
yeah. And so when Mitch goes out, he takes a reading, so we know what the water was when it was shut off. And then if there's any water going through it, they have to have a leak.
That should. Very few people in around here know that.
We get a few requests, but we should, yeah, that's the only way we can guarantee that somebody actually shut their water off. Just like with the pool filling. They need to contact us because we don't want to estimate how much water went in that pool. So they need to contact us. Mitch, you know, goes out, he takes a reading, and then we don't charge him for sewer for the water that goes through until they say it's full, and then he takes a reading, and that's how much is subtracted from the bill.
Jerry, for
Mitch, did you get with, as far as your CIP priorities?
we have spoken about it. My list is the same as it was last time.
Yeah, we haven't caught up with each other yet, so yeah, I want to get caught up with Mitch and just finalize that CIP listing and so forth. But yeah, that's where we are with the CIP right now. I want to finalize Mitch's input, and then we'll go ahead and get things presented as far as the plan. As far as new home construction and so forth, it's ongoing out there. We continue to monitor things. There's some specific things that have come up over time too. Item C, we've got some sinking circuit cleanouts that we looked at, Mitch and I looked at before our last meeting. We went out there and took a look at it, how best to do that. I don't think you've got any information on that, but we did send out, I do have a quick little memo on it we looked at. It is the responsibility of the CID to make some repairs on them. Shouldn't be a big deal, two bodies.
Oh, these are the ones that
The first part is just a description of what needs to be done and so forth. And the last few pages, just some details on how to accomplish the repairs. Yeah, I'm trying to look and see. There was, what, 2 or 3 locations, Mitch, if I remember correctly? Three. Yeah, what's happened is, there's been some soil that's basically been displaced underneath these locations. This caused the clean out itself to settle. There's cracking around the concrete and so forth. In order to repair it, we need to cut out a little piece of the concrete around the clean out, backfill, do some adjustment of the clean out itself, and then put the concrete back in around it. So with that said, then that's something that, if you're fine with that, we'll go ahead and.
Well, what about the cracks that are leading to the cleanup? I mean, that's where the water's coming from. It's following the pipe, the cracks.
Isn't the cracks on the pipe?
It's hollow underneath there.
Yeah, it's hollow
underneath there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we use some dirt or some focal fill, something in there just to make sure the voids are filled up in there. We're thinking it's leaking around the clean out cover itself.
That's what I'm thinking, as the water runs underneath, it actually washes it down the clean out.
There's a lid inside on the concrete that accesses the clean out itself. These are in the driveway, and it's around that ring that we're having water intrude in through there and wash out the soil.
Yeah, but it looks with the crack like there was.
What if you package it with crushed rock?
That's what we would do in compact.
Yeah.
Basically, you cut a little square, a big square, that whole section of driveway, I don't know.
This way you do the repair, but I think if you put 3/4 stone in, I think, and really compact it like you said, that'll reduce the compression and try to drive over it.
Yes.
But then I don't know, then you're gonna have that square of nice concrete with the 2 cracks going each way beyond it.
Yeah.
We were just looking for really a 2x2 type.
Oh, no, I agree, yeah. Could you put some type of a filler in the crack that's left? Yeah.
But I think we do the repair, let's just do it correctly.
Yeah, make sure it doesn't come back again.
Right.
Yeah, the other locations within that area, similar type construction, but they seem to use a different type of lid on a lot of them. And it just seems that these 3 are a little bit different. Lid that was used, that it's allowing the water to come through there.
No objections to having Mitch do that?
Let's see, the next one is the drive repairs at Summer Start. That's out for bid right now. We're going to be receiving bids on July 19th. We've contacted 11 different contractors, trying to get some bids and so forth, and actually sent out 8 packages to bidders. So hopefully we get 3-4 bids on that and they're competitive. So that's ongoing right now.
Those bids are based on.
We want a base bid, which is just basically repave the roadway. And a second one is set up with the valley gutter in the middle to allow that water to flow to the valley gutter and then to the catch basins. So we'll get 2 prices, then we come back and decide which way you want to proceed on that. We've had a request 2 at 199 Case Drive for a fence. And we've reviewed that, and our recommendation is that that request be denied because it's within the easement itself, the utility easement going down the side yard lines, and then it's also in the drainage easement and utility easement of the rear lot line around the canal.
I believe they've withdrawn that request.
Okay.
So I got an email last night. Did you send it to me, Gary? As far as the property owner saying that they didn't want to.
No, I thought.
Yeah.
Your plans.
Yeah,
Without
they-
adding into the easement.
Yeah, he sent some plans earlier.
Yeah.
And, you know what, I think it's actually in your packet.
Yes.
Some sketches and so forth.
Right past page 48.
Yeah, page 54.
So are they putting any fence up?
No, not at this point.
Not even around their pool?
They'll have to do something around there.
Yeah.
But they wanted to extend it on out past the pool area and actually right down the property lines.
Yeah.
And it's just especially the drainage easement, it's just a hazard for material collecting on that fence. It was going to be an open railing type fence, but still there's debris that can collect into the drainage. And then along the side property lines too, in the easement, it's just going to hinder the ability for utilities. We and other private utilities to get in there and do any kind of work also. There was something mentioned about the dock at 179 Sunset K. We've looked at that and 174, I'm sorry. I think we've kind of resolved that already.
Yeah.
That the pilings themselves is not really gonna, they're just looking at putting a couple pilings along the berm itself that really aren't gonna hinder the drainage itself. All the rest of the pilings are gonna go on the rock face berm for the most part of the dock. So we're not anticipating any issue.
Yeah, and I drafted a letter, two letters actually, that went to the builder, Scott Blank. And the one telling them that, we have no problem. They'll have something in the easement, but it won't affect any of the flow or anything. But then we,
Are they building part of the dock over the edge of the land?
no, it's right on the edge.
Just right on the edge. They're not planning to have a crossover going to a sign farm or something up the house. They haven't requested that.
Yeah, and they said they're not extended any farther into the easement than any of the other properties. But the letter that we're going to require the homeowner to sign says basically that this is not a letter that's saying that they can construct any structures in the easement or to prevent flow, and that if we ever need to have them move it, they will move it at their expense. And it's a letter of acknowledgement from them. And Scott said, I talked to him yesterday, he said he'd get them to sign that. He didn't see a problem.
Is that pretty much what they're talking about? My next door neighbor had the same problem.
No, they won't be installing the crossover.
How do
Right
they
now-
get to their dock?
They're gonna go down the ditch and then back up on top. So they're not proposing a crossover right now.
Picture that Scott sent. The crossover.
Not on the stuff they submitted to us, it didn't show any crossover.
Yeah,
If they do put a
they didn't say they
crossover, we need to review that and make sure that the crossover is gonna be high enough, again, it doesn't
Yeah,
interfere with
they're
the
right.
drainage.
Yeah, you're right.
And Scott said he would do that, that if the homeowner decided that they wanted a crossover, it would be minimum, I think he said, of 18 inches of height, and that he would submit plans for approval from the board at that time, from staff, from the engineer.
It was happening right, it's been going on probably for a year or so now. But the county, when they receive these requests for dock permits and so forth, if they are affecting anybody's easements and so forth,
Yeah.
they are.
Given that up. But that was all.
The crosswalk crosses the easement and he goes to the steps that carries down to his dock. I don't think it'd be any different than what's, how they carry.
I think he's revised it since then, because what he sent to David did not show the crossover.
Well, actually, it's a little deceiving. The way the other sketches showed too, is this is actually the two that are gonna be sitting on the edge of the berm itself.
Right.
The dock itself is gonna be coming out past the riprap.
Right.
Yeah. So he needs to get over the riprap. That's what that little crossover is getting over the riprap.
Yeah, I think that's actually going across the easement. I think the two pilings that shows
Yeah.
down at the very bottom are right next to the house, right next to his,
But the two pound, the FIR on that sketch identifies a pound iron rod, which is the witness pins for the offset that goes into the water from the
The
property
reason
line.
why I'm asking, most docks, could be my own, the dock is in the water.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all the riprap. They're not proposing a crossover at this point.
But what's on the riprap?
It's yeah, it's a little confusing.
That picture looks like the two pilings are right next to the house, and then they're crossing over the berm and going down to the dock.
Yeah, a lot of people do have those crossovers. And again, if they're properly constructed, not to hinder the drainage, then
Yeah,
they're probably the ditch. But, you know, this may be something that's going to be ongoing and so forth, and Cal and I will need to address as they come in, different requests for these docks. Is the county is doing their due diligence by requesting these letters from the holders of the easements and so forth.
Did he not request, like, in the letter, I wanted requested a blanket approval, and
Oh, yeah.
which I think
We don't want to
want to do.
No.
We don't want to do a blanket, because each location's a little bit different. One thing that
This is the letter I'll pass. I didn't make copies for everyone, but take a look at it. One is a letter to Scott, he'll take to the county, and the other is a letter that the property owner will sign acknowledging that if they put anything in, they have to move it. We need to get in there, and that there's nothing that is permitted to obstruct the flow of water.
Cal, I would suggest that the approved piling plan be attached to the letter. Make it clear to the county that's all that
Okay, sure.
the district is approving, so that
If
no
you
modification.
give me something,
Sure.
okay, we'll attach it.
And the county's also doing this, it all started with generators in side yards, 2019. In one of my districts, they found out people putting generators in drainage. So the county changed the land development code to require a survey showing all the, showing consent to all these. And it's a good thing because it's a wild west.
At our last meeting, it was also brought up about Wilderness K and K Drive itself, that sharp turn at the very south end. And I took a quick look at that, and there is some things we can do to try to mitigate that. And it would just be putting some directional signs, big chevrons there to make sure that people know there's a curve coming up there. And the sketch shows where we would potentially put those chevrons. They're yellow with a black arrow, and it would go on the southeast side of that. So if that's something you all want to pursue, we can work with Cal to get that taken care of.
Has there been a problem?
In the meeting, it was brought up that at least one person's missed the curve. There might have been some other circumstances associated with that, but
That like, is that property for sale?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what about Case Drive? Case Builders owns that property.
Yeah.
Well, they don't own the road right of way.
No.
That's all you're signing is the road right of way.
if something would change that they want to drive, they figure out a way to develop that piece of property, that track, then they would need to apply for a driveway permit. They'd have to, we'll have to figure something out with those signs or whatever. So it's relocated.
This might move them.
It's gonna be a tough one to try to develop those properties as well as there.
They're not actually in the 40. I mean, in.
See, they're separate track. They're in the CID, but it's a separate track. It's not been platted, except it's a track.
There's no ERC.
They don't have ERC.
There's no ERC.
Because they don't have water and sewer available.
Yeah.
Ron presented that to the board 10 years ago, and they withdrew the ERCs off of that because they can't get sewer and water. Now, if they want to buy into it, they would have to put in a grinder pump or something like that to get the water up, their discharge up to the sanitary sewer. But right now, the lots are undeveloped.
They're basically wet. Right.
Yeah, that's right.
Over the last few board meetings, another thing that's come up several times, and I just wrote a quick memo, give me some rationale on how we as engineers look a little bit at those obstructions in the right of way. And just for your information, we don't need to really discuss it or anything like that, but when the request comes in for a mile tree in the right of way, It's something that we do look at. That's how we get there.
I had a neighbor stop me this morning, on Sunset K, because at the cul-de-sac, there's going to be 3 houses going to be started. And I guess there was runoff from the rains where the base soil was moved, so they came in and put in more base soil, and it's in the swale. But I told him until it happens, he's worried about the rain, he's going to get the water. So I said, if it happens, call down.
Yeah, but and they should, if they're putting loose dirt in, they
But
should
he
put
said
a
now
silt
it
barrier.
stops going towards him. He's worried about the people coming the other way.
What address was that?
He's
Around-
cul-de-sac, the only house that's there.
Okay, cul-de-sac, yeah,
What, Sunset K?
that's like,
Tony, what David just passed out, this almost looks like it might be a rule change. Do we want to cover this when we have the other, maybe included in the district's rules?
I'll look at it to see if we
Yeah.
have to do that. It may be a policy, it may not need to be a rule, a policy to be adopted in the process. I'll look at it in conjunction.
The signage that he's suggesting, is there support? Do you guys want us to, we take care of this? We're looking at with the signs and everything under $500.
The Chevron.
yeah, the chevrons down there.
Yeah, no, I think it should, yeah, especially if the land is buildable.
Okay.
Yes, there's no lights there right now.
Can we get a motion for that?
Yeah, I move it. I'll second.
Was that right?
I'll second.
What's wrong?
We had one incident. So we're like $500 on one incident.
I mean, I know I brought it up.
We have a lot of new people in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Million people, their visitors are not, going to be more travel.
And it only
The street
takes,
light right in front of the property.
it only takes one incident to get sued. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, just,
You know how expensive those.
This is a quick example, I'm not sure I mentioned it at a prior board meeting. There's a lawsuit, in fact, recently that I'm monitoring up in Lee County, where a person was riding a bicycle on Star Boulevard, by the old water tower, they're calling down.
Oh, yeah.
They're taking down the water.
Yeah.
Tower. And that Westwood took a tumble and asserted that he ran over one of the blue fire hydrant markers that was in the bike lane. And the basis for the claim is that the manual and uniform traffic control devices says you need to place the blue a certain distance from the curb, and the blue marker, the PRM, was too close to the curb in the bike lane. And so now you have big things. Well, suing the county over that. So this is, I call it loss avoidance. I think it's a good idea.
well, and you've been put on notice.
Yes.
Right,
Now,
that's
with
correct.
one complaint, and I think you've increased your liability exposure.
But he's considered, like, all of these roads, in this, they consider privately owned and maintained public use roads.
If the district owns the roads, they're public.
So they're public roads.
Yes, if the district owns the road, yes.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye. All right, I think that's all I've got. Those questions or the board has any comments, something that needs to be addressed?
I missed, the CIP is just being delayed.
Well, Rich and I need to get together and finalize his list with my list and go from there. Then we'll look at finalizing it here next month. I lost a week. I went on a vacation. Up there.
What?
Not allowed.
But he doesn't give you any concern for immediacy
No,
on a
no.
CIP item.
Mitch did a good job right before Elsa by going around and checking out some facilities, making sure things were up and stuff. So he did all the due diligence that needs to be done to make sure that we're operational.
All right. District manager
What,
report.
what about the
Oh.
Stella Maris?
That's out for bid. We get bids back on the 19th. Then we'll present, come back with the pricing and so forth, which was submitted separately. Yes, each meeting separate.
The question that this Dan Truckee had as far as the drainage, remember this was discussed last time along the seawall because of the new seawall. Have you looked at that? Do you have anything to tell them?
Well, two things. Was one, they wanted us to take a look at a little bit as far as taking all that water from the end of the seawall is and bringing it back the other direction. Unfortunately, with the anamorphic pond and the driveways that are set, there's no way we can really alter the primary drainage.
Yes.
To address that concern about the water running down and off the seawall, what we've done is we've got a little flume, plus we've rolled that concrete up on the backside of the swale to break the velocity down, get it slowed up so it doesn't cause any erosion, and hopefully not overtop the seawall.
I understood the old way it went on the seawall. Since they refurbished that seawall, it's not doing it.
And I think they raised the seawall.
Right.
So it should not be an issue.
Yeah.
It's like a foot in.
Yeah, it should be better, yeah.
Frank, does that sound right to you? Because you're the expert on that.
I heard that it used to go over the seawall. It did.
Yeah.
But that is a violation of state law.
But that's not true anymore.
Federal law, so you can't do that.
Yeah, it's not true.
But it doesn't do that now.
Your new
It does
seawall.
not go over.
Right,
Right.
Okay, so we should be in good shape.
Hearing for the manager.
Okay, ready then?
Right. As we mentioned, the financials aren't done yet. And if you want financials, so we don't run into, I mean, when the meeting's on the 15th, if the second Tuesday is like the 12th or the 14th, that's fine. But when it's before the 10th, it's difficult for us. So you might, when we reset your schedule for next fiscal year, you might want to consider going back to the third Friday. Okay. The ERC, there's been so much discussion on ERCs. So I kind of wanted to summarize everything that is currently in place. And everything, like we discussed, is set through basically the engineer identifying how much capacity a single ERC would be and how much capacity new development would have, and then establishing the number of ERCs. So the developers and the engineer established that your plants had the capacity to service 132.6 ERCs. That's included in here. The general fund, there really is no limit on how many you can take. It's the maintenance of the roads, the irrigation system, the stormwater system, all of those types of things. So landscaping, mosquito spraying, all of that's in there. So there is no limit. But I could find nothing other than the developer stating how many there should be. Typically, what's a accepted standard that any court or any county or anyone else, Tony, could probably verify this, is 1 per acre of until it's platted, and then it's however many lots are on that. So if you had an acre and you got 4 lots on it and it's platted, that'd be 4 general fund or O&M ERCs. We looked at the size of the lots in POI, and they range from 1/3 of an acre to 1/2 of an acre. So I think if you, for undeveloped property, if you accepted 1 ERC per acre, so the property out here, you know, depending on what they wanted to do, once they set some plans and it's platted, we would have 48 ERCs. So it's 1 per acre, or if you have a plan or a plat for less than 1 per acre, then it'd be 1 per each developable unit. If it's a condo, it'd be 0.8, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what you have now. The other thing is you could have an assessment methodology performed.
But that property that's been under discussion forever over there, we didn't do 1 ERC per acre.
No, the developer established, and, you know, for lack of a better word, I refer to it as C4. The original developer.
So then it's stuck with it?
Yeah.
Can I ask you about, because I think there's a lot of confusion. And I think we need to clarify it. This all began, stop me wherever I'm wrong, but my understanding is this all began in, I think, 1986 when they created the CID. And when they created the CID, in the most elementary terms, it's kind of my understanding that maybe even it was Ron Benson went around and they delineated the CIDs because, and here's the variable, there have been multiple developers. There were a lot of different owners, not just one, for this district. And there's where the confusion lies. So who actually designated these ERCs originally?
The original owner developer. It wasn't the same developer
Of
for
each
all
parcel?
of each parcel. Right.
Okay, and did that happen with Portage, with Cole? When he,
Yes.
it did. So he came and he told you, I'm buying this is how many ERCs are.
And he actually had it flat.
And is the 53 acres, is the land back here platted, 49 acres?
No.
No, that hasn't been platted. And is the dormitory land platted?
No.
And the western parking area that Sun Street has that been platted? So and has that been platted? 5 acres?
C4?
Yeah.
No.
Well, it's been planted as a tract.
Right. Okay.
In a master plat, it's been just identified as tract.
Parcel A and B.
Yeah.
Now, the other question I keep getting, and I don't have the answer. The general fund ERCs, do they parody the utility ERCs like 1-for-1?
No.
So how do you designate the general fund ERC? How do you just determine the difference between a general fund ERC and a utility ERC?
The records that we inherited from Severn Trent identified
Is there a formula?
that. No. That's what I was saying. There's not a formula that we can identify. I mean, in my memo, I attached the section from the rules where it says the engineer will determine how many utility ERCs, but there's no mention of O&M
Right.
ERCs.
Because when we discuss ERCs, it's almost always utility ERC, right?
Yes. And sometimes that's confusing, and it might be C4, but it was one of the discussions we had where they said, oh, we've got 19 ERCs. Well, they didn't. It equaled out if you took the total, you divided, it came out to 19, but it wasn't 19. There were so many that's general fund and so many that's utility fund. Right. Now, and the risk that if it's vacant property, now you've got somebody that's bought it and they have a different goal for what they want to do with that property. C4, he wants to do a man cave or whatever it was. So now you've got, and you don't need, he doesn't need as many ERCs as that's on there.
Right.
And you guys could change that, but the problem is you're taking money out of your revenue source and you're going to have to designate it to the rest of the community.
Plus you'd have to change.
Yeah, but you said house. 1 acre.
Right.
No, I said that's typically what happens. There is no policy on O&M. Now, when they establish, so you've got a commercial property, they figure out what the flow is for one single family unit. And, I don't know what it is, let's say it's 1,000 gallons, period. So then you look at what's the flow of the proposed development. And maybe their flow is going to be 50,000 gallons. So that would equal 50 ERCs. That's the load that they're going to put on the system. And you got to plan for that because you don't want to all of a sudden be blowing out your water and wastewater
The
plant.
only way you can plan.
So
Yeah, you have to do it that way.
So once you get a plan and you go with the plan, the ERCs, if it's less than that,
Right.
then it's still less.
But if you change it, for vacant property. I mean, if something's already built there, that's already determined, and that's what it is. If you have vacant property and you change it, now those ERCs go into unallocated and they're available for somebody else, but until they're purchased or used, then you got to make up the money somewhere. Then everybody pays.
Right, so it would come out of the tax.
Right, you'd have to increase your taxes to offset that loss.
On the utility side, a piece of property's got 10 ERCs, but they only actually use 5. Well, they still have to continue paying for those 10 until they find somebody else they can transfer it to or whatever. I thought the ERCs would only be bought from us. There is a process in the rules that they can be transferred between properties of the same ownership or between one owner of a property, another owner of a property, but it's all gonna be approved by them.
Now, when we were gonna do the RV park, I had asked Ron back in the winter, how many ERCs are available? And his first answer was, oh, there's none. But then you guys did research, and he came back the following month and said there were a definite number, 266. And I questioned that number because the wild card, what about the ERCs from the old hotel? What about the ERCs from the dormitory building? What about Shugart, any wild card ERC? What about Sunstream, any ERCs for the tower? And I don't know if we have an answer. Or is 266 the answer?
Well, if somebody is paying for it, such as Sunstream, it's theirs. They own it.
Right.
They reserve that capacity within your utility system for as long as they want to keep paying for it.
Yeah, the CIP basically owns those ERCs that are associated with the 48 acres.
Right.
I think those are the only ones that the CIP actually owns at this point. All the
Well,
rest
there's
are-
a few others.
Are there a few others? that-
So that's the 266.
That's the 266 at the.
So that's just lot 13.
Parcel 13, it's parcel 13, and there's some others that have picked up. But you get into a position like Lake Lincoln right here. I doubt if they would have ever developed it, but they couldn't develop it because they didn't have enough ERCs.
So there's nobody paying it.
And both Lake Huron and Lake Lincoln, neither one are being paid.
There's only.
Well, there are ERCs on it, but they're not being paid for.
They've never been paid.
Okay. I still don't get it. But you said that it's 1 ERC for 8 years. So
No, that's what typically you see. It's not, you have nothing. You have nothing, okay? O&M, if it's a ERC, utility ERC, you get an O&M ERC. Every unit that has, is either, part of an acre, every unit has a full general fund ERC.
Well, what about like Stone Bears, Cage Drive, South, and Water Lane right there?
Which where, the entrance?
Yeah, there's nothing there.
Oh, that's the south, there's a bunch, I mean, we can look at it, let's see, but he's paying for that. They are paying for that.
Who's paying? There's nothing.
Well, it's whoever bought Shugart. Shugart was buying all types of ERCs because he wanted enough to be able to do the high-rise development.
Right there, it turned to Stone Bears South. That's all part of M2. That's taken care of, that village is on that. That's not a separate property. They are paying the ERCs on it because it's part of the whole property of that M2 tract. So those places. Stone Bears paying more than, what's the ERC for Stone Bears?
It depends, it's single family.
Yeah, if you look at Exhibit B in the memo, that's got the breakdown of all the
I don't know what's
ERCs.
considered. Single family unit.
Well, for O&M, a condo pays the same as a single family.
No, I'm talking Stone Bears.
Yeah, so that's the same.
We were-
The condo and the home pays the same.
We're a home,
The general fund,
so we pay one.
Right.
and it's
We
different.
pay the exact same as the house. But you said the ERCs from that property is rolled into theirs. The
ERC on that vacant lot.
That's not a vacant lot. That's part of the M2 tract. which is-
Okay, so it was determined that it didn't need to be charged for that.
No, the whole lot,
It's all part of
It's
the
being one-
ERCs
it's
for that
one
entire
charge.
development.
Right,
whether they develop it or not, it's their,
so it's vacant land, it's not getting charged.
it's vacant land to that, that's getting
But
charged.
it is being
The whole-
charged, it's being
the whole
charged over
community
their whole.
It's
they're
being
paying-
charged ERC, the land.
Right, so, right, there it is.
Yeah, if you look at Exhibit B, page 22,
I'm not trying to.
Or, I'm sorry.
Pay something. I'm not-
that's a breakdown of what all of the ERCs and what they're charged for.
But the developer determined that was gonna be unused or.
They don't want to develop it.
He didn't want to develop, so basically nobody's paying anything for it. They're paying for the.
No, they're paying.
They are
paying
paying
for
for it. It's like you pay real estate tax on that land,
they're
whether you
paying
build
for
on it or not, you're paying on it. So the association is paying for that vacant land.
But,
These are paid for users with pro rata share.
well, that's what I was asking, so your ERCs are a little different.
No,
No, it's all the same, they're
it's like
paying.
it's 50 acres, has so many ERCs, and
Right.
they only build 2 units. They
It's
still
still
have that
paying.
many ERCs.
Right.
They put a baseball court there, they're still paying the ERCs.
So, okay, what about this building here? This property right here?
This is the easiest one, because when Higgs developed it, he came to the CID and said, I want X number of ERCs, and he bought them. So this is the easiest, because it's the most recent.
No, not the whole, this building, a lot of the land, the tennis courts, the pool.
Well, it all
building,
came in one purchase, whole thing.
But there's no charge.
There's not a separate charge. I think it's rolled into the individual unit charges.
Yes.
Right,
Since this was an amenity, it got rolled into those.
right. So it's spread. It's,
We're all paid for it.
Right.
Everybody that lives there is paying for it.
I mean, I don't, well, I did own the weekend, but I don't know how I was.
Part of your assessment.
Friends are paid.
your HOA.
Not your assessment.
And then you show a line where you're paying for this, that we were paying for this something?
You have one ERC on this building.
Each unit has one ERC plus this.
And
So
that
the
one
homeowner-
ERC is in the homeowner's billings to the homeowner.
But it's safe to say, is it not, that each building has at least one utility hookup, one ERC?
Yeah, but
One utility ERC.
It's just confusing to me that once you have like this is over an acre of land, why doesn't it report ERC? You understand where I'm going with that? Because as soon as it becomes developable, you shrink the size of the unit. So I'm just thinking.
The
these
one
guys-
ERC per acre is confusing me. That was just a general guide. When this is a bad example for you because this was purchased fairly recently.
But I don't see that as a bad guy. I'm not saying it's a bad guy. When it's just sitting there until somebody comes to you, I think it's unfortunate for whoever owned that property, paying 20 ERCs on that, why he didn't come to you and say, well, if he gave you a plan, even if he never accomplished it, he could have reduced his, that $40,000 or whatever it was he was paying a year.
You have to solve.
Why would he sell it? He bought it, and then he decides he's gonna do something different with it, so then he gives you a plan, and he could have paid less.
Sure, but he wouldn't have had the guarantee that those ERCs are available. 10 years ago,
Well, he could have gone to find ERCs.
sure.
Sure.
If he would have submitted a plan for 5 ERCs, the
Okay.
board would have probably accepted it.
Okay.
But, you know, to change that, to release him, you have to charge all of the residents that loss. You still got a budget, you got to maintain.
Somebody has to make up.
Somebody has,
Somebody has to pay.
Russ, when
So we've already determined that this 1.7 acre lot was only one ERC to maintain everything. You have set a standard. Yeah,
but the homeowners are paying.
exactly. But this is like 1.75 acres and they're paying one ERC.
he said,
So we, the rest of us absorb the cost.
No, they might have sold the other.
Oh, no. If it was, go back to when it was vacant. Now, the rest of the homeowners absorbed the fact that we only gave one ERC
to 1.75 acres instead of getting 4 times that out of it. Okay, we released how many ERCs in order for this to get 1 ERC? I'm not saying these guys should pay more, that's not my point. I'm saying when they developed this property, it was 1.75 acres for this land right here. And we cut it to 1 ERC for the whole thing because it's community associated, whatever. And they pay it in their HOA fees when it comes time. But the board had to decide at that time that it was worth it to do that, to get it developed. Okay, now I'm just thinking about this other guy too, when they come into this big one. It was worth it to develop it. It was worth it to say, okay, we're not going to take that 1.75 acres and take 0.25 quarter acre from each ERC. That could have been, it could have been homes.
What he's saying is there's no parity. That's what he's saying.
I'm saying
I'm not arguing there's no parity. That's what I said right at the beginning.
Okay, so but that's my point. So when we did that, the board had to decide it was worth it to disperse the costs to the entire community.
And they did.
Or the alternative, what the board could have made determination was that this facility is a facility and being used by the residents for the code, the impact on the district's infrastructure, therefore the benefit that accrues to this parcel is only 1 unit, 1 ERC, from the standpoint of the general fund purposes.
I can't use this.
Or you go. So that's why the impact on the district's facility.
What
is not-
what they did, what Whole Montez did was look at this facility and what's the load. They have 1 restroom. So they got charged because it's a condo. So for utilities, even though it's 1.75
I'm
acres.
not. But you keep talking about that property or this property, whatever, that we had to spread the cost to everybody else because we're going to lose something that was done. It's like I said, the person that owned that property before came to you and said, I'm going to put 1 restaurant. Okay, and I'm only going to need 2 ERC, well, whatever. Well, my restaurant's probably a bad example. I'm going to put a doctor's office there. Okay,
But he can't say, that developer can't say, I only need 2 ERCs. He is going to sit down and determine what is the
Okay, but we gotta come up with 2 ERCs. Well, if it's currently being assessed at 4 ERCs, you would need to approve the down rating to, on the utility side, down.
That everybody has to pay too.
but that's what I'm saying. That's what they did here too. Same thing.
To their group, not to the whole community, I think.
No, you still took away.
Now,
4,
then
7. You took away 7 ERCs and left 1. So you
7
you
possible
you-
years.
Yes, possible. And the rest of the community had to pay the difference. And to pick up what those ERCs were not there to be collected.
my understanding here at Archer Cove is on the utility side, the clubhouse itself is not in charge of the utility ERC.
I don't, no, you see, you go.
It went to the various properties within Archer Cove, they covered the cost of that.
We just have to measure in one of our buildings. One building.
You got a 4.
let's see, well, total condos was 510. I don't know. I just got told.
There's 1.6.
That's all the condos. That's still Mars and.
But it's one condo, it's 1 ERC.
My question,
General, 1 condo's 0.8 utility.
So the building's getting charged less, more than per acre.
yeah.
So that's what I'm saying, the overall development, you got 3 ERCs in 1 building, it doesn't take up an acre.
Suppose somebody comes back there and decides, I'm gonna build 1 acre.
On parcel 13.
Right, yeah, I'm gonna, 1 acre luxury home. Okay, 1 acre.
Yeah.
So you're gonna charge them 48 ERCs. Therefore, we're losing how many
Well,
ERCs?
you're not losing anything because you're not charging.
Well, not yet.
We're talking about all the general.
No, I'm talking total.
Yeah.
Well, we got 2 types of ERCs. Our two type of assessments, we got one,
I know.
one for general, which is the roads, the drainage, those type of things. Then we've got another one that is for utility only.
I get that. All right, but I'm telling you, you got potential for how many were we gonna sell to,
120.
120. So I'm saying I'm gonna build 1 acre homes there, right? And I'm gonna get 50. So that's 70 ERCs that are no longer needed, that the community has to absorb. This is what you're talking about, right?
Well, that's how you look at it. Well, but right now, the community, those 266 aren't being used to fund the operation. So if you give 40 or 100, whatever, then that's new income coming into your budget.
Yeah, no kidding. I know that don't make sense. We were getting money for that problem that wasn't getting developed. So that was money coming in. Now we're talking about losing it. But that, because if he determines that he only needs 5 instead of 20, or if he determines he needs 10 instead of 20, we're still losing 10. But the same thing goes back here. It's potential. It's potential loss I'm talking about. I'm just looking at that. That's why I don't see how the system works. You know what I mean? Because
I think if we just zoom in on one thing, and the easiest, get away from this community, the easiest would be that 5 acres.
Right.
They have so many ERCs. If they came, let's say they have 20 ERCs and they came with plans that said, I only need 10 of them, what happens to the other 10? Who pays the other 10?
yeah,
That's what you're looking for,
right.
right?
Yeah, you're gonna lose.
Are we losing it now? That's what he's saying. He has 5 acres, has 20
On
ERCs,
that,
and,
C4,
and they're only gonna use.
because it's being paid now.
Right.
Losing, that's why you would lose it.
Right, but if he comes to you with plans and he's only using 10, what does he do with the other 10?
Well, then you guys have to make that determination.
So
you
if we
can
say,
Release.
yeah, we say, all right, said, we'll take back the 10, that means our community, the whole community is absorbing the 10.
Correct.
So the money we lost by doing that is gonna increase every minute. Somebody's gotta pay.
Sure, there's a total amount paid to run the community.
Right.
That's the idea.
You can't
And somebody
change
has
that
to pay
cost.
it.
If we sell the land back here, we get the new one, then we wouldn't have to increase the
That's right.
Depending upon
Depending.
what they wanna use. So you can't count on that. Each thing has to be its own.
But no matter what, back here, doesn't make any difference. It's not right now. We're not
Right.
receiving anything
Right.
on that anyway.
That's what, and to correct that statement, my mind is, that's not true. This is a separate entity.
Right.
And we're based on 100% ERCs,
Right.
say. So whether we're getting that or not, doesn't matter. That portion plus that 5 acres runs this community.
Right.
And when we're not getting it, then we're losing
We're losing
funds. It doesn't matter that we have more than enough funds, let's say, you have capital improvements.
Right.
You gotta start building reserve.
Right.
So whenever you give up an ERC, any owner, you're losing revenue.
Which will raise your non-ad valorem. That's right. It will raise your non-ad valorem.
Okay. So my thing is that, so if we're only doing it for what's money instead of what's right, then why don't we set something up? Why don't we put a bunch of towers over there by the marina? And that way that'll lower everybody's,
We don't own the land.
no, I know, but we could make it easier for them to get that built so that they can, we can have those, all that stuff coming in.
The board has to say,
If there are-
charge the community for what.
Right. You gotta cross that bridge when you come to it.
Well, if somebody wanted to build the towers across the road, they could now, because we do have some excess ERCs, they could come in and buy it from the board.
Yeah.
Sure.
CID.
And the county makes that determination, you don't. And they've already approved that plan.
Yeah.
That could be built.
That's what it's on.
I guess I'm.
But they didn't have it. It couldn't be built because they didn't have the required ERCs.
But let me ask you this, Russ. You're saying, all right, if you only need 10, then you only need 10.
Right.
What do you do with the money you're losing on the other 10?
Who
just
pays for that?
absorb it.
Well, somebody, I mean, you're never gonna get anything developed.
Forget the
No,
development.
forget that. Where's the money
Forget the
coming from?
development. If
You had a person that was paying all these years.
Forget that even. Just 20 ERCs, if you only use 10, then what about the other 10? Who pays them?
Who pays that?
Nobody pays. Yeah, you gotta spread it.
Right.
But we have excess money now that we're
No,
giving.
we don't. Where the hell do we have excess money?
Excess money,
You just,
find your
you just
tongue.
reduce the assessment. What do you mean?
It's a-
You
We
just.
reduced the assessment because we weren't paying debt anymore. And that's what we told the community.
I get it.
That money was only used to pay debt.
You
Not to
you
pay
said in the beginning.
And that's probably a discussion we can have, like Michelle said. I don't disagree with you, Russ, that all of these large, I mean, that's why Bruce Holochek went under.
That's right.
He's paying $250,000 a year for vacant land. That's what Manawani said with the North Hotel, that, you know, he was paying over $100,000 a year for ERC. So,
But I think we can defer ERC payments to the buildings.
well, and you might, that might be something you want to do, is create a deferred assessment account. You can put it in there. But I mean, you still gotta, the budget is what it is. And if you reduce the revenue, you've got to spread it out. But you're gonna have $2 million or more for the sale of that property. And if you sell it,
If it goes through.
if it goes through,
But that helps make up the loss.
sure,
The
yeah,
deferred-
it can.
So,
And the board can say, I
Yeah,
don't.
that's, and right now, it's probably,
so if I'm a businessman, I'm gonna, and I, say that, we go back to that property, right? It comes up to us and he says, I need 10 ERCs. And well, sorry, we're not gonna approve that. I have to keep 20. So then, as a businessman, is that if I wanna make that profitable or even break even, I'm gonna increase the density. Right? I'm gonna use the
If it's
ERCs.
owned,
Right.
if it's owned, you can.
So I'll increase the density and God knows what's gonna go in there.
Sure.
Right.
As long as it's profitable underneath the county.
So, but it's up to the board to decide if whoever develops that or it's up to us to decide how many ERCs attach to that property after a recommendation from them.
right. He determined for utility ERCs.
Right.
And right now, the only plans we have is what the original developer had proposed. And that's why that number of
You're
ERCs.
telling me if somebody gives you different plans, so you may not approve it, we may not approve it.
What we would do is look at how many based upon the planning submits, we would determine how many ERCs he's actually going to be building to, but those other ERCs still remain on that property to dispose of.
But this is gonna change people's perspective. Okay, so if you plan one thing, and then it comes to the board says, no, then you gotta come back and change your plan all over. Because you know you're not gonna go through. So I'm just saying,
If the board, if the board, you don't know what the.
well, I can see where you're leading.
If that property's got 10 ERCs, and he comes in and presents a plan that's going to use 5 ERCs, there would be no reason to deny him his plan at that point, except he'll be paying for those 5 ERCs plus the 5 that sits on that property that has not been assigned yet.
Only that's the part he's not getting.
Yeah, that's the part
He's
of
still
it.
going to pay that extra, those ERCs that exist.
But
Right.
you know, you just said the way the board's going, but the thing is, how much money are we talking about? Maybe
You
the
said
board-
that no, he's saying they have to pay anyway.
They would have to pay on the
But
unused
if the
ones
board said
until they
no,
transferred it or
we'll take
sold
it back.
or the board agreed to take it back.
Right.
So then I wouldn't risk it. If I'm building something, I'm gonna say,
But
well,
Russ-
I gotta pay for it, then I'm gonna build it.
Russ,
But he
we're
has-
talking
they have
about
the right to
Steve.
do that.
We're talking about Steve. Steve went in with his eyes wide open. Okay? If you want this land, there's this many ERCs. If he wants to do something with 3 ERCs, okay, well, you've still got
No.
17 ERCs.
I don't think it was right, because I didn't know that we determined that he didn't need them. He was still gonna pay for them.
Oh, absolutely we do. Absolutely we do. Yeah.
Wow. When this was first started and they said, okay, you need 10 on this and 10 on that. But we can't go back and find any records that show how that designation was made. But all I'm hearing today is it was gonna be 1 acre, 1 ERC. And I'm looking at that east side over there, and it has what, less than 1.5 acres buildable land. 2 acres total, 0.5 acre of it is conservation land. Okay, how are we saying that that needs 10 ERCs and that's fair, other than the fact we need the money?
Somewhere, I did not say 1 ERC per acre. I said that is a standard that's used throughout the industry. That's not what POI. I did never said.
You said until, what reason then it changed?
It's not on paper.
It's based off of the developers identified how many O and M needed,
Right, then it's not.
but it wasn't, yeah. But the utilities was determined by the engineering department based on what the developer was going to build. And then the developer identified how many O and M ERCs.
And then he sold the product, and then the other guy just paid whatever came up.
That's the same situation with Scott Prepback and so everybody else that's bought it.
Ken, were there not validation proceedings on the utility side, capital side of the district? If there were validation proceedings, then assessments would have been part of that process. They would have been validated by the court. And I don't know, I mean, I assume there were validation proceedings.
Yes.
Tomorrow. And that would have articulated the assessment.
That was upheld in several courts.
That's what I'm saying. So there is a methodology, there is an approach.
But, okay, so we did that, Holocheck did that perfectly. You said paying $250,000, $250,000 a year.
Mhm.
So if whoever comes in, there was already an owner there that had set policy. So when this new buyer comes in, whoever it may be, policy's been set, they're gonna owe $250,000
Right.
a year
Right, that's right.
without it being developed.
Right.
And so you.
That was before the CID took it.
Yeah, the CID owns that now.
Right. Doesn't matter. The precedent is there.
I'm saying if we did not have precedent there.
That's right.
that's what we reflect.
Wow. That's how the rules work, huh? Okay.
And I think that's what Cal was saying.
Those work until you change them.
Yeah, I think that's what Cal said, if the board wishes to, they can hire an outside consultant to come in, by way of example, Gateway Service CDD, one of my other CDDs. They were established in 1986. And there was a methodology that was utilized as part of their borrowing debt service that they had carried over to their O&M assessment methodology. And they charge separately to the utility. They don't charge assessment. 2 years ago, the board decided they wanted to reevaluate that. And look at it, same kind of discussions y'all are having in other regions. They hired an outside consultant and they prepared this whole new methodology approach. Assessment. Went through the public hearing, went through other meetings. They adopted that last June of 2020. That's what's being used on a go-forward basis.
That's a dollar.
Well, that took about 1.5 years to 2 years, only because you want to have the community input, community involved with the data gathering by the consultant. It can be sped up sometimes, but I think that's something you may want to look at and get that sort of 50,000 foot view from somebody else. You know, Russ Wire,
Yeah, I know.
Russ did their.
Yeah, he's done some work for me.
Yeah.
I mean, there's several. There's Hank, there's
Hank and
all types of people. It's probably $5,000 to $15,000 to have it done. Or you can just, approve.
Well, I just don't see how we're gonna hit somebody, whoever develops that thing, $250,000 a year right off the top. If that goes into effect, basically what we're saying, which would be consistent with what we're doing, how are they gonna manage it? Just because they have those kind of deep pockets doesn't mean they have.
That's their problem.
But that's
What they do with their eyes wide open.
Yeah, I'm talking about-
That's their problem.
Wow.
Look at the RV park.
Well,
They
I
knew it.
think on the 48 acres up here, you've got some room to do the negotiations with the developer. If they come in and don't need that full ERC value, since you own it, you can just sell them X amount of
Right,
ERC.
because right now we're getting nothing.
There's nothing coming in.
So something is better than nothing.
Well,
Then you would retain the leftovers to sell to somebody
It's
else.
different scenarios.
So the rules are different. The rules are
The
different.
rules aren't different,
Yeah.
scenarios different. You own
Same
one,
thing.
you
Depends on
don't
who
own
owns
the other.
what. CID owns it, then you got more flexibility.
Let me ask the question, well, top of my head. Let's say we did take back some ERCs. Could we possibly, is our utility rates in line what we charge for water and sewer? Is there some fudge there?
Well, you built into your, with the reduction that you just approved, you still got, I want to say 300,000 for capital improvement.
Right, right.
So I mean, you could make the change. It's just, you guys are the policy setters. If you want to, release people, new owners on vacant land, you can do that. They run the risk, just like Lake Lincoln. They have plans to, or they had plans back when, to build some buildings, and they couldn't do it because they didn't have enough ERCs, and there was no ERCs available then. And that's why Schuchart was buying everything he could so that he would have enough ERCs. Now he's sold, and the South Hotel's got, a bunch of ERCs that they don't want.
And it's not,
He sold it to the
Yeah, Sunstream. He sold the Sunstream, and they took over everything. And now they're paying quite a bit.
But I think the bottom line is the plans are gonna start the action dog. But without plans, we're second guessing. And then if the county allows you to overload that property, so be it, you have the right to do that.
Well,
But you can't overload the system.
you can't overload the system as far as the utility side, you have to purchase.
There's 1,032.6 ERCs available, no more.
Yeah, but if the county allows it, they're only using those ERCs, they don't need.
The county doesn't have any say in it. You
Not
have
the
a say.
ERCs, but what's built there.
Right.
Yeah, so
And
the county
even if-
says, and whatever it is, you need the 20 ERCs, you can build it.
They can build
If
anything.
he doesn't want it, that's a different story, but it's not our plan.
The county's going to ask us for a letter of availability. And if they don't have sufficient ERCs,
Yeah.
we won't
But I'm
issue.
saying if they do build using all that, they can do that.
Sure.
If they want more density,
Yeah.
or less.
If
whatever.
David says they need 20 utility ERCs,
Yeah.
they have to, whatever the county tells them is
Yeah.
immaterial. They have to have 20
Yeah, but they can,
utility
yeah,
ERCs.
they can build enough for the 20 ERCs.
Yes.
If the neighbors, let's say like it was mentioned, gas station, the neighbors don't want a gas station, that's sad, but they can't build that.
Sure.
If they want it.
If the county approves it.
Yeah.
they kind of approve it and put whatever they want.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, now we gotta move on to Johnny.
Okay. Let's see. We covered everything. We got in the packet, you guys had asked last time for kind of a newsletter. We put something in there. If you've got any changes or things, additions, get with us. I'm not sure how you want to distribute it. We don't have a master email list, so it can't be emailed. Jeannie Kungo used to do that, but if we get everyone's email address, it becomes a public record. So, and we've got people all the time asking us for, personal information, and we don't want to share it. So if we don't have it, we can't share it.
So it can't go in the water bill?
It could go in the water bill if it'll fit. I mean, I'm not sure.
Batteries running low?
It shouldn't.
Sunflower.
Oh, yeah, okay. Thanks. Patrick, sorry about that. I knew that was undone too. I don't know. It's got to charge a little bit. So before we put the mosquito control, we'll finish up to the All right. You guys never lost us, did you, Chris? Or did you?
Yes, we did. We did for like a minute.
Okay, all right,
We
good.
were speechless, so.
That's right.
Let's see.
So
Went
again,
through-
you need an approval from us to send, to put this in the,
We could try and put it in. If not, is there an alternate way to do it? I mean,
not really, no. I was gonna say, I don't think we don't have any alternate. other
The
than-
only alternate would be to mail them out separately.
yeah, let's see if we can't put it in. Is it 2 pages? So we can do a
You can
front.
double
back.
sign,
Back, yeah. Double sided.
double
Or
sign.
reduce the font, you know, one side.
Hey, half of us can't read small.
Yeah, I can't read normal, I'll take my glasses off.
Okay. We could prepare it. There's a slight charge for the outside to do the stuffing.
Yeah.
And then the problem is that the utility bills have already gone out, so it's 2 months before they would go again.
What do we have, 650 residents?
Right, a lot of them aren't here.
Right.
You
So
still got to
we
give.
still got their
Well, they-
address. We'll
yeah.
get the mailing address from the county.
Yeah.
And so it'll go to wherever their address is when they pay the.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
What's postage now?
51 cents.
Yeah, that's $330 to mail out.
Postage only.
Yeah. I say they can't go in with the bill.
It's 2 months. I mean, the bills just went out.
We'll leave it for the next one. Look at the next one.
Yeah, but next one.
Okay. Okay. Everyone's got a copy of Chris's report. You want to just send me any questions that you have in that, I will respond.
Yes.
Okay. The monument painting proposal, he said it'd be $1,200, $1,500. He hasn't gotten proposals yet. He's on vacation. But you want to approve that, not to exceed, $1,200?
That monument, just don't think
Yeah,
about it.
it came up, I guess, at the last meeting that there was questions on that.
Did they put the metal back up yet? I didn't even notice. It's up?
Yes, no.
Thumbs up?
Yeah, thumbs up. You want to table that?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
get them up.
We'll get an actual proposal. Still trying to find the matching light fixture for that Case Drive landscaping light, so let's take care of that. Okay. That takes us to the old business and the attorney's report. Do you want to go ahead and take care of the mosquito
Yeah.
presentation?
Yeah.
Okay. Robin, did you have a thumb drive? Okay. Over here, otherwise I've got it. There we go. Share my screen and that is your PD.
Maybe they're-
It's Chris.
Which one? CMD
Yeah. Issues with mine.
These aren't pretty bad. These are- but I guess you have to
If
get-
those June 28th. The old ones. Very good.
No, usually. No, there. Okay, and it's that one right there. Chris, you need to share my screen with the,
Well, Cal, I can't see your screen. You need to share your screen.
oh, okay, all right.
Oh, I just posted that because what I heard.
All right,
There we go.
you got it?
Yes.
Okay, how come I'm not getting?
My daughter's coming back.
Okay, can you see the PowerPoint presentation, Chris?
No, I'm seeing your GoToMeeting screen. You need to, when you share your screen, you choose which screen. And
Okay.
whatever's on top, your PowerPoint, if it's on top, should be what displays.
Oh, here we go. Let me close that one out. I don't think that's the one that. Okay, Chris, I see the screen. Let's see what options like that.
So the PowerPoint needs to be on top.
Yes, we need to start.
Okay. There. Okay. Now I can't get to it. Let's see.
Cal, you muted yourself.
All right, Chris, for some reason I can't get this.
It's okay for them.
Scrap, let's expand that. Okay.
Well, Cal, the other thing you can do is stop sharing your computer screen and turn your camera towards the projected screen.
Oh, okay. But they want to,
Well,
no, let's try that.
Move it closer.
So
What's
that,
that?
and they can give you the slideshow and what's copy.
In general.
Yeah.
Set up, we need to get everybody paid.
Yeah, like, that's right.
Yeah, I get it, yeah, I get it. Maybe the original, but I think, yeah, I'm sure the original. They'll say this. Yeah, yeah.
So-
Everything we know.
Okay, all right, here's the, yeah.
I put these in the pool.
we've got Robin King and Patrick Lynn, who's the director of the mosquito control district, and hopefully he's going to tell us how to take care of mosquitoes.
Yeah, so my name's Robin King. I'm the director of communications at Mosquito Control. And Patrick, was it 2017 was the last time you and I came down here and talked to you. So glad to be back. Beautiful. But you probably heard the rumor that we've got a proposed expansion going in front of our Board of County Commissioners. Actually next week, which is a lot faster than we had anticipated. We thought we were going to have probably 6 months to get out and talk to everybody about this, and they've moved the deadline up significantly for us. So we're happy to be here to answer your questions and tell you a little bit about what's going on with mosquito control today, how much it's changed in the past few years since the last time we talked with you all. So I'm going to turn it over to Patrick Lynn, who's our executive director. He's going to talk a little bit about the expansion, and then Dr. Lucas, our director of research, is going to talk to you all about our integrated mosquito management program and how much it's changed and what it means for you guys. Sorry.
No, where's the best place for me to?
I don't think
right over here.
they would be just.
Is that where you can get your best aim? Okay, and this.
That speaker will get you to the online participation.
Hello, everybody who's joining us online. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having us down here to visit with you today. There are probably two things you really want to know. How much is this going to cost me? And what are you going to spray on me? Those are two of the big questions that I would expect that we're going to hear. We're going to answer both of those in detail. And if you would, consider this a presentation that's more conversational. So stop me along the way. And Dr. Lucas, you can stop her as well when she's talking about the technical side of things. And as Robin mentioned, we've been accelerated a whole bunch courtesy of our Board of County Commissioners. So we're trying to make sure that we get a chance to reach out to all of you who will be affected by any proposed changes that we make. So we put together a presentation that this is actually sort of customized for Port of the Island. We want you to understand that the integrated mosquito management program that we operate is very much tailored to a location. And I think you'll be reasonably comfortable with what we're going to propose here. So we have a policy, a 5-member board of commissioners that have generated a policy on district expansion. Since 1950, the district has expanded approximately 10 times, mostly due to growth of permanent population. So that is one of the reasons why we're seeing this push towards making the district bigger. There are some nuances to that because if you, and I'm sure you all drive up and down 41 and you see the development sort of shooting in this direction and what's going to happen with state forests, federal land, etc. It gets a little complicated. So we do see an increase in permanent population in Collier, absolutely. We're looking at the next 10 to 15 years going upwards of 750,000 people in this county that used to be pretty much just the domain of alligators and skeeters. So, and Dr. Lucas can talk about the mosquito-borne disease spread. It's not necessarily a case of the more you look, the more you find, but it is true that there are some changes afoot in terms of the technology that we use to assess disease in mosquitoes and our relationship with the health department. We are very concerned about the potential for future disease. We are, and Dr. Lucas will talk about this integrated mosquito management plan, even since 2017, has undergone several revolutions, and we'll talk about that in a bit. And we'll talk about some of the technologies. And so, having said that, are we all together? Everybody understand where we are? Okay. I'm not going to read the mission and vision to you. It's available on our website. And I don't want to sound like I'm preaching, but I will say this, that we are first and foremost an entity that exists to protect public health and comfort. This particular location is unique in that it's kind of the last stop before here be dragons, right? And when you get a mosquito season, you really get a mosquito season. We understand that, and our mission is to provide reasonable control to make them tolerable, as well as protect the public health. The methods that we would use here would be very different than the methods that we may use in, say, the heart of Naples, because we have to take into consideration all the limitations that we have in working in an area like this. So, to switch over for a little bit to talk about integrated pest management or integrated mosquito management, we'll turn it over to Kira, and she'll tell you about the things that we're doing. And remember, just raise your hand if you have a question. We'll stop and walk you through it. And then after that, I'll talk about the money and the politics and the how-to. Okay, Kira?
Thank you. Okay, so as Patrick mentioned, I'm going to talk a little bit about the mosquito-borne diseases that we have here in Collier, because that is one of the reasons why we feel the need to expand. And I'm also going to discuss our integrated mosquito management and talk about how we do mosquito control, because that also influences our need to expand. So, gone are the days of mosquito control being a DC3 applying pesticide in the form of organophosphate. That's usually what people think of when they think of mosquito control. Now we use what's called an integrated mosquito management approach. This is a sustainable and evidence-based method for mosquito control. So we use a variety of tools that we have showing on this slide to target the specific vulnerabilities of the mosquito causing the problem. And that's when Patrick says mosquito control is going to look very different in Port of the Isles than it's going to look in the middle of Naples, because you guys have a different type of mosquito and a different habitat than you do in the city of Naples or Golden Gate Estates or Ave Maria. And so we tailor mosquito control to specific locations. Integrated mosquito management, pretty much the heart of it though, is surveillance. We perform surveillance every day. We have inspectors that go out into the field and they do what's called a landing rate count. They go to a specific habitat where there's mosquitoes, stand outside for 2 minutes and count the number of mosquitoes that land on them in 2 minutes. Out here in Port of the Isles in the middle of June, it'd be 200 plus, I imagine, or more. And that's normal for our inspectors to encounter things like that. We also have mosquito traps that we put throughout the district where we are able to collect mosquitoes and understand what species is causing the problem and what is the relative abundance. We also do what are called service requests and residential inspections, where you guys can visit our website, put in a request for a technician to come out to your home and take a look at what may be causing your problem. And all of those really are our surveillance strategies to know where our hotspots for mosquitoes are. With that, we have our methods of control. And we have a robust education outreach program where we get out into the community or into the schools and teach people what they can do to reduce mosquitoes around their home. So reduce the source of mosquitoes around their home, and also which repellents and other methods they can use to reduce, mosquito bites and mosquito-borne diseases. We also have a biological control program that we just started in recent years, where we have available to our residents mosquito fish. They can visit our website, request to talk to one of our biologists, and our biologists can give them an idea of how many mosquito fish they need for a body of water, and how often they need to replenish that area. So those are available to our residents. We also perform larval control, and this has changed quite drastically in the past 5 years. At the end of my presentation, I'll give a little recap of that. But we've pretty much added an entire larvicide program where we target the mosquitoes before they become biting flying adults. And of course, we have our adulticide program, both through our fixed wing aircraft as well as our helicopters, and we are looking at using drones as well. So here in Collier, we have a 48 species of mosquitoes in Collier County that we've identified. In fact, 2 of those are new to Collier that we've identified just this season. And I'll discuss one of them in the next slide here. And so not all of these species spread disease, not all of them feed on humans, not all of them even need blood. Some are friendly mosquitoes and they actually eat other mosquitoes. But we do focus on our disease-carrying mosquitoes. 2 of those, Aedes aegypti and Aedes albopictus, these live in close association with humans. Anywhere there's humans, you're likely to find these 2 mosquitoes. They spread diseases such as Zika virus, chikungunya virus, dengue fever, yellow fever. Just last year in Miami, Broward, and Florida Keys area, we did see a dengue virus outbreak. And so anywhere there's people outside of our district, you're vulnerable to these mosquitoes. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I guess it was 3 or 4 years ago when we were inundated with mosquitoes, and Miami was having a problem with Zika virus. I was told, and I don't know if it's true or not, are these salt or freshwater diseases?
These mosquitoes here that I'm talking about that are disease carrying are mostly freshwater. Okay. So I will get into the saltwater mosquito, and that is
mostly saltwater around here.
Yes. You do have freshwater mosquitoes, and I'll mention that as I go through here. But basically, anywhere where you have humans, you have these 2 mosquitoes. They live in containers around people's homes. So if you have containers holding standing water, that's where they live. They prefer to feed on humans, and they can spread these diseases. Aedes scapularis is the new one that we just recently identified. You may have heard about it on the news when it was found in Miami and Broward counties, and we just found it here as well. Capable of spreading yellow fever and Venezuelan equine encephalitis. Your 2 freshwater species, Felis nigricalpus, Felis concretiatus, they spread our endemic viruses. That means that they're viruses that are here in the state of Florida. We know they're here. And when we're targeting these species, we're looking to reduce those viruses in our mosquito population. That includes St. Louis encephalitis, West Nile virus, and Eastern equine encephalitis. If you were to have disease-carrying mosquitoes, now we haven't done surveillance in Port of the Isles, but I imagine you're going to get a lot of Felis nigricalpus here. Those are probably the most abundant freshwater mosquitoes you have here, and they are capable of spreading West Nile virus and St. Louis encephalitis. We also have the mosquito that is capable of spreading malaria, but thanks to mosquito control, malaria has been eradicated from the state of Florida, but we still have the vector here. We do target 3 particular nuisance mosquitoes, and the one I want to focus on for you guys is Aedes tenurinchus. That is the salt marsh mosquito that you had mentioned. Aedes tenurinchus, sorry, I expected a different slide. Aedes tenurinchus, that is the one that is deriving from your mangrove swamp areas. So, you know, they're migratory. They travel as far as 40 to 60 miles on the wind. And so that's what you're seeing here, typically from the month of April through mid-July. Once the rainy season starts and those mangroves get flushed out with the high tide, then you see less of these mosquitoes. Your largest populations are happening in the spring. So what does mosquito control, how have we changed in the past 5 years? So as I said, we've gone from a district that has primarily applied adulticide in the form of organophosphate to now a district that uses this integrated mosquito management approach. And we've actually been able to reduce our usage of organophosphates by 62% in past 5 years. We began using more other forms of adulticides called pyrethroids. One of those is an organic material. We've added an entirely new larvicide program. And you can see 1,700% we've increased our larviciding effort. We've reached close to 3,500 students in the classroom in 2019. We had, last year, we did see a West Nile virus outbreak in Collier. 27 of our traps, we have our own in-house disease testing at the district, and 27 of our traps tested positive for West Nile. And we were able to use that information to tailor our treatments. We had distributed over 4,000 mosquito fish in 2020, and that's with the pandemic. As I said, we've incorporated organic labeled materials. Many of those are larvicides, and then we also have one adulticide that is organic. We use drones to map mosquito habitat and understand where the mosquitoes are coming from so we can know where to put our larvicide. We also use them for treatment methods as well. So we can do larvicide, and hopefully we'll move towards doing adulticide using drones. And then we have lots of traps out in the field, but 27 of those traps are automated. That means that we are able to count, that trap is able to count the number of mosquitoes that fly into that trap, and we're able to get information in real time, the mosquito abundance in certain areas. Our applications have changed when it comes to adulticide. So like this picture, this is what most people think of when they think of mosquito control. We've gone from putting gallons of material mixed with petroleum, like so, to now using less than 1 ounce of material per acre. So basically that's this less than 1 ounce over the size of a football field. Our organophosphate is actually applied at less than ½ an ounce of material per acre. So here's our, this is the slide I was looking for. Here's our Aedes canurensis. This is the salt marsh mosquito. That's the main problem here in Port of the Isles. I'm sure you also have freshwater issues, but these are the ones in 2017 when you were completely inundated with mosquitoes. This is what was causing the problem. In fact, years ago, mosquitoes, Aedes canurensis mosquitoes actually suffocated and killed cows in the Naples area. So we know they're a huge problem, and they're deriving from the mangrove swamps in the salt marsh. And like I said, they are migratory, so they travel as far as 40 to 60 miles. So I mentioned with an integrated mosquito management program, we're able to tailor mosquito control to specific locations. So what would mosquito control look like for Port of the Isles? Well, you would have surveillance. We would send our technicians out here to do daily surveillance. We would have traps in the area. One of those would be one of our automated counters. So you would have real-time mosquito surveillance. You would have residential inspections if you choose. If you call the district and ask for an inspector to come, we would come and service your area. We would also do mosquito-borne disease testing. We would test mosquitoes from our traps to determine if disease is in the area, and if we found disease in the area, we would perform a treatment as necessary. We would engage in community outreach. We would have available to you our mosquito fish to all of our residents in the district. The treatments would be ground-based larviciding. So you can see here, this vehicle is using what's called a vortex, and it applies granular larvicide from that machine. You would also have what's a little bit different than most areas of our district is barrier treatment. Some of you may have mosquito control or a mosquito control company do a barrier treatment around your home. This would be a community-wide barrier treatment. We would put it around the entire community. And that basically would be a repellent for mosquitoes to fly into the area. Then we would also have available to you aerial adulticiding. If the mosquitoes were abundant enough, we would perform aerial adulticiding as necessary.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Have you done any research on releasing genetically modified mosquitoes?
We do not plan to move forward with what's called an SIT program at this time. There are several different methods of doing sterile insect technique. The Florida Keys is currently doing a small scale experimental trial for GMO mosquitoes, and we are not doing that. No. Does that answer your question?
Is there any particular reason
Why we are doing it?
why you're not?
So a lot of people are kind of under the misconception that they're using it as a form of control, but they are doing an experimental, they're working under an experimental use permit. So that type of technology is not available to mosquito controls to be used at this time. It is, yes.
My question on fish, is that only fresh water or a combination of brackish water? Do the fish live in brackish water or just fresh?
The fish are typically used for things like rain barrels, broken water fountains, anything that's holding water that you can't dump.
What a pond.
A pond, yes, unless the pond is large enough that it's already stocked with fish. So one thing, a lot of things people ask, oh, I have a pond, can you come put fish in it? Most of the time, it's already stocked with fish. I do want to go back to you and make sure that I answered your question. Sorry.
Close enough.
Good, okay.
So if I can add one thing to that, the type of mosquitoes that are under investigation for sterile insect technique would have zero application for the virtual. Because the Aedes aegypti that Dr. Lucas mentioned maybe travels 100 yards or 100 meters in its lifetime, but it lives around people. That makes it a really good one to do that kind of research. We don't have a lot of Aedes aegypti here. We have some, and perhaps enough to cause disease or vector disease. But the Aedes candidus gets up into the wind and blows up to 40 miles away. That makes a terrible laboratory for trying to assess the value of steroids. So between Lee County, which is actually X-ray male Aedes aegypti, and Monroe County, which is using Oxitec, they're actually GMO mosquitoes. We're going to let them run with that research and see how it turns out. But it's definitely not a panacea for, nor do we see it as really a threat to. People have this idea that, oh, well, they're flying up from the Keys and they're eating us alive. No, that's not happening. Aedes aegypti, as far as you can see, they're not.
Thanks.
I hope that helps.
You talk about the mosquito fish and the pond, you talk about a small pond, like a residential.
Yeah, like
something that's like a big lake.
A big lake or a big pond that's usually already stocked with fish. An ornamental pond is more something it would be more useful for.
I understand that by way of what you're explaining, that Aedes candidus is our major problem here with the marshes. But you also showed that there's a number of other situations where you caught in traps this disease-carrying mosquitoes. My question is, when you treat, how many different species that have been found around here are susceptible to your treatment?
So susceptible to our treatment. So I want to mention one thing. We've only identified 2 species in Collier County that show any level of resistance to our adulticide. And that is to the pyrethroid-based adulticide. That is Aedes aegypti and Culex concapaciatus. Those 2 unfortunately live in close association with humans, and as I said, they do spread disease. But we have other methods to control them. in the form of larvicide. Actually, in this truck right here, this truck is applying a fine mist of BTI, and that is typically how we control the container breeding mosquitoes that are resistant to some of our pyrethroids. We do have other forms of adulticide that work just fine against those mosquitoes as well. So we have not seen resistance in our mosquitoes in Collier besides those two.
How would you treat, I'm back up to the preserves. How would you treat the preserves like in my backyard? I can't, because it's all lakes back there. You wouldn't be able to get one of the trucks ready. Just right aerial or?
Yeah, so our vision at this point is that we would be able to apply a barrier treatment around the community, and that would hopefully deter as many mosquitoes as possible from entering the community.
Stay away from the
Yes, stay in the preserves, and then when those levels are high, that's when we would probably come in and do our aerial treatment with our helicopter. Do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, if I can. This is a team effort. And, the barrier treatment is quite simply, it's droplets of either larvicide or adulticide that land on a leaf or a branch. And I want you to understand that's it's not going to eliminate the good bugs. But you can actually buy this over the counter. You can spray it in your yard, it's called mosquito spray. It'll cover the grass and it'll keep the mosquitoes away. And then you'll get a big dump of rain and it's completely gone. No longer used. So a barrier treatment is just what Dr. Lucas is saying. It's just a deterrent. They come near it, it's I don't know. I just kill them all with God sort of now. But the reality is that the bugs, they don't like that, so they won't enter the area. It's not going to solve your mosquito problem here, nor is it going to disrupt the ecosystem that's around your swamp. I know there's a great deal of concern for that. Aerial adulticiding here, I want to add this, since we're talking about it, is it's not our treatment of last resort. It's often the treatment of necessity due to tropical weather that's come through or a brood that comes off out of the swamps. We can't even go around with our adulticide and provide you a buffer. We have to spray just this area. It's kind of like Goodland. I used to spray Goodland. It's like, great, we give honestly a couple hours of relief before the next group blows in. But it is a process. So we engage over time in an integrated approach. You might find that during the winter months, virtually none. Some given year, sometimes it's warm and wet. We have the mosquitoes. One of the reasons why we're here to talk to you is because we can't go out to that hatchie or the picayune and talk to the animals and tell them that we want to come in there and they're not going to be taxed and they're not even going to recognize any of what we're doing. So you're the humans who chose to live in this location. And I know that most of you were tolerant of a certain number of mosquitoes and bugs because where you are, it's pretty wild. And what we're proposing is minimally invasive control to make public health better and provide comfort to the extent we can without violating any of the other rules that are here.
20 years ago, when I moved here, we were told Collier County would not spray for mosquitoes because of the farm anymore. Now, I know you all have changed your technology,
Right.
So I'm thanking God for that.
20 years ago, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Right.
Now, I can tell you that when hurricane through, we were putting all the grid back together. I got a call directly from the Department of Agriculture. For the love of God, you please come down and spray these areas. So we did, and one of those areas is one of the we don't, if we didn't think that we could help, I don't think that we would be here having this discussion. We're not asking the county commissioners to do it, we're doing it ourselves, we're doing the outreach. Yeah. I can tell you that the team of people really care about what we're engaged in. And I don't want to wander off course, but it's something we want to make sure that we take our time today to answer your question about what we're proposing, why we're doing it, how much it will cost, and what it will look like, and then potentially where it's going to go. So, that answer your question? I'm sorry. Yes.
Well, I don't know when we can answer questions, but you had made some statements like, what's tolerable?
So,
Mosquitoes. You said something about 200, you thought we would get 200.
oh yeah, I'm not saying 200 is tolerable.
Over what period of time was it? 200 what?
Over 2 minutes. That kind of thing in the middle of salt marsh season would be normal.
We didn't have any mosquitoes last year.
Yeah, you didn't, because Hurricane Irma actually came through and
No, last year was a
I know, but it lasted for us a couple years.
Really?
Yes. And, you know, this year we're in the Naples area at least, not sure about Port of the Isles, but in the Naples area, we're starting to see much more salt marsh mosquitoes coming in. Now, what's tolerable, usually what we do is over time, we're able to come in and do landing rate counts. And we're able to create a baseline, and we know, then we are able to know once we hit a certain threshold, that's when we're going to treat. So over time, we're able to develop, we take into account years where you have none. But we also have to take into account years where you have some. Years like 2017 probably wouldn't be taken into account because that's going to bump your threshold up way too high. So we do have ways to determine baselines.
average number of sprays per week or per month there.
All of our treatments are determined based off of surveillance.
What are you doing now? Just roughing it up.
Well, it depends where you are, and that's.
I'll say you're on the East Trail, East Naples.
Well, right now it's highly concentrated because we have the salt marsh problem. And so to give the best example I can think of is think of a mock. We treat a Mockley roughly 40 times a year plus with adults. That's almost every week, right? There are 52 weeks in the year. Areas like Pine Ridge or Vanderbilt Beach down by the Ritz, they won't see us for 2 or 3 years at a time with adult sites. Why? Because they're well drained, they're insulated by population around them that is well drained, and it provides some sort of an island of truly paradisical kind of conditions. So it depends on the year, it depends on the species, it depends on the weather, Mother Nature. When Irma came through, it changed everything for 3, 4, 5 years, and now we're seeing it go back to where it was. So it's really, we don't want to obfuscate anything. We just tell you that you're going to have years down here where it feels like it's biblical, and then you're going to have years where you have vertical. And we treat based on surveillance data that we see, so we will see it too in real time.
I think I add one thing. This is something that I hear a lot when I'm out in the community talking to people. They ask about the schedule. Like, when will I know that I need to speak, right? We don't have a schedule. And that's a real popular misconception. Every morning, we have an area in our operations, and y'all are welcome to come in for a tour anytime. We'd love to show you what's going on. Give me a call. We'll arrange for you guys to come in. But in our operations room, that data is analyzed every single morning. So we have a lot of different sources of that data, including the results from the lab. You know, are we seeing any diseases, for example? What species are we looking at? What area of the county has the highest numbers? Where are the landing rate counts? There's so many different sources of this data that's analyzed every morning to determine when and where a treatment is working. So Capricorn was referencing Mockley. There's an entirely different mosquito out there than there is here that extremely problematic. You guys are probably going to be looking at mosquitoes, but here at the middle of July, we call our mosquito violations. So being able to get down here and put up traps and do surveillance, get some landing ring counts, that's going to better inform our operations department what the problem truly is here and how to. Does that help answer your question?
And, and from all of that data that's constantly coming in, we're able to look at trends year by year. We're able to determine what's caused these different events, like why last year you had no mosquitoes, or why in 2017 you had a lot. And so as I was saying, one of the reasons why you didn't have mosquitoes after Hurricane Irma was because we know that the hurricane went in and kind of washed out those eggs or put sediment on top of the eggs so they didn't hatch. So we're able to develop those trends and have a better understanding of what mosquito control may look like next year. If you want me, I could say Marco Island, Goodland, we haven't had any adulticide treatments in those areas this year. Along the East Trail, every week to every other week for salt marsh season. So it really all depends on what the mosquito abundance looks like at that time. Does that answer your question? Do you have any other questions?
Saltwater for the fresh?
We have 3 different, if you want to say, like I said, depending on where in the county we're doing our treatment, it's gonna depend on what treatments look like. For freshwater mosquitoes, if we find larvae in an area, we'll do a larvicide application. For salt marsh mosquitoes, we perform what's called a pre-treat, where we lay the larvicide in an area, and then we wait for the tide to come in and inundate the mangroves, and that reduces the larvicide application, or the larva.
So just go by the data out there today.
Yes. And then for our adulticides, we have 3 different adulticides. One is an organophosphate that is used in a fixed-wing aircraft, which you probably aren't going to see fixed-wing aircraft here. Currently, what we're using in our helicopters is Maris 3.0. It is a pyrethroid, and it's an organic pyrethroid derived from chrysanthemum. It works really well. We just used it on the East Trail, actually, targeting salt marsh mosquitoes, and we got really good efficacy. We're really happy with the product. Any other questions, or want to talk money in politics?
I just have one other question.
Okay.
And that was about, you said you did an aerial spraying, because we had 2 shrimp kills at the marina just from our truck going around. So what would happen in aerial spray?
You want to answer that question?
Using the same product.
It's not the same
It's not the
product.
same
It's
product,
the same. You use, I think, Anvil 1010, something like that, right?
And wet.
And Duet.
Oh, you're using Duet.
The Duet we use is Duet HD, and that's only out of fixed wing. The Maris product we use is labeled organic. Will it kill shrimp? If it's highly concentrated enough, we get it in the water. However, if we know where these shrimp are stored, we can avoid these areas and make a carve out. We strive to have no deposition, meaning the product would not land on the ground when it's dispersed aerially. If we're doing a barrier treatment, we're going to need to do it from the ground, but we can avoid those areas so long as we have a conversation about where they are.
Yeah, but you said barrier treatment goes away in the heavy rain.
Some of it is residual. It should last a certain amount of time, but because it does rain a lot more in Florida, it would need more applications. I will say the difference, a little bit difference between truck and aerial applications. As he said, we strive for no ground deposition. When we're applying in what's called ultra low volume, and it's very tiny droplets, from 10 to 30 microns in size. So that's human hair is about 70 microns in size, so you can imagine how small it is. They're microscopic. And most of it, we want it to stay in the air column where the mosquitoes are flying around. If material ends up on the ground, it no longer does anything for us. And we have never seen a shrimp kill in Naples or anything like that. So I would not anticipate anything like that. But we do have biologists and environmental scientists on staff who can help assess that.
True, we would collaborate with you to make sure that that does not happen.
Are the two that are being sprayed here right now, are they for animal hospital?
Amphotericin and what?
Yes.
Yeah, those are both pyrethroids. They're actually the same, almost the same formulation. So it is sumithrin and PBO. Both of them are sumithrin and PBO. Any other questions, or we can also talk after Patrick's presentation as well.
We consider the label as the law, and we are heavily regulated by the state, the EPA, and the label. And the notion that mosquito control just willy-nilly comes out sprayed material is not, absolutely not true. FDACs, or the Department of Agriculture, visits us once a year for a full-blown inspection. They review our missions. We have efficacy standards for, we measure the efficacy of every adult side mission. Right now, it's very hard to measure the efficacy of larvicide because you can't measure the adult mosquitoes that come off if they don't come off. So it's anecdotal, and it's also extremely expensive. But we are moving in that direction. The whole industry is actually. I'm proud to say that our team of scientists, led by Dr. Lucas and others, is really taking the time to find out what's the best product, what's the best material. So you might say, well, what are you going to use in a barrier treatment? If we use BTI, it's just the bacteria. It's all it has. And it's the closest thing to a silver bullet mosquito that we have. You also have to understand the life cycle of the mosquito. Are we using BTI, which is for larval mosquitoes? Are we using a pyrethroid for adult mosquitoes? Are we using it as a barrier treatment versus an aerial treatment? All of these, we could have a class on this and go on for a very long time. But I want to make sure that you have at least the basics. You know what a larvicide is and what an adulticide is and how it works. Sometimes it's a liquid, sometimes it's a granule, sometimes it's a very, very, very fine mist. So all of those things that it's not a shell game. You're really trying to hide it from you, but it's difficult to convey a complex operation in very simple terms.
Is there an acceptable amount of risk either in public lands around us or in water?
That's another very good question, and the answer is depends on the product. If we're using a BTI product, we may be able to use those products on state or federal lands. There exist already examples of that are in place further north from here. Parts of Lee County, Manatee, they use larvicide on state land. It's very likely that the most we'll ever use, at least in our next decade or so, will be larvicides containing BTI on state land. There's no way that we could have a budget big enough to treat the entirety from here all the way to 75 with BTI. It would be tens of millions of dollars to do that. So what we try to do is find a best practice that provides you with a modicum of control, reasonable amount of public health protection, and some relief when they get really miserable. It's really an excellent question.
Can I ask one more question? Does this treatment affect other than mosquitoes? Does it affect dragonflies, bees, and butterflies and that also?
So the BTI was talking about is really specific to mosquitoes and black fly. That is typically what we're using for larva siding. In terms of adult size, we perform our treatments at particular times where bees and butterflies are not out and about flying around. And we keep that, the application, did you mention drift model? We had asked for drift.
I only in passing, but
Okay.
I have not, we need to discuss drift a little bit here because it is such a harsh outline between types of land.
So you did ask about drift into the state land. So where we would apply adult size is where the people are, where the mosquitoes are that are bothering the people. And that, we use a drift model with our helicopter. So we're able to tailor in the winds, and I'm not a pilot or a physicist, so, but we know where that material is going using that drift model. So we're able to know where our material goes. And like I said, our applications are done either at night or in the very early morning hours so that we're not affecting butterflies and other pollinators.
Is that depending on the county, but there's residual that will go on to plants?
Yeah, our current adult size do not have residual. The barrier treatment will have some residual, but the amount and the application rate is low. If you think of a mosquito, how tiny it is versus a larger bee or butterfly or moth, the application rate is low that it does not impact those pollen. We are looking into another material that we use where we have the same concerns about the alarm side that we're using in very urban areas. But we have gone through the process where we know that it's not going to impact our pollinators.
We actually had bees on site at mosquito control a few years ago. Then the hurricane came through and the hive was Africanized. So all of our employees were on the run trying to get away from the bees. The honey was really good for a while, but we also have, when we schedule a treatment, we have a relationship with beekeepers, especially those who are commercial beekeepers, and we've never had a bee kill. We did have some activism against us several years ago, which is still inconclusive. We received video of bees dying on the sidewalk, but it apparently was somewhere else in the United States, which would be not our fault. So we're extremely careful about that, and those bugs are good bugs, and we want to keep those. We want to target mosquitoes to the extent possible.
Just one question. I barely passed biology, but I heard, and I was my grandmother, that dragonflies eat mosquito larvae, correct? So if you're treating mosquito larvae, does that then harm dragonflies?
You know, mosquitoes are not what's called a keystone species. They're not the main source of food for a dragon. Dragon, something else will fill that niche. And on top of that, we're also not killing every single mosquito.
Okay, so dragonflies aren't going to spike.
No, we definitely see plenty of dragonflies.
We have lots of dragonflies down here. I love to know that.
And they're also not out and about during our applications either. So those are actually also happening. We're not going to see off target.
We need to talk money. We need that.
Yeah.
We got a quarter.
We just got a busy agenda. Does the board have any other questions on that?
Cost.
Yeah, just give us the ball.
If you have the assessed value, and I did some quick research, if we're in the $500,000 range, your household would pay about $80 a year at the current millage.
What is, do you go by 100,000 value?
Well, it
Yeah,
would be much more precise, but the appraiser's office does that calculation for us.
Yeah,
They
well,
give you an assessed value.
I have the tax collector's assessed value for this community. Can I say a number that big? 55, 349, 547.
Right, that's the
So-
sum total of every property. You can't,
Right.
we can't really, what you're trying to calculate is what would be the sum total
On
of
average.
revenue for us.
Yeah.
And not everyone is taxed the same. And
So,
there may be some exemptions in there.
Yeah.
So we go by household, especially when we visit with an HOA, so that folks can say, oh yes, I have a condo, or I have a coach home, or I have a this, or a single family home, and the rough value is this. It's my hope that you can appreciate that that is
I think it's. good.
significantly less than what you pay for fire protection or school
I don't say that.
or otherwise.
Don't say
Don't say fire.
What, Patrick, what's the process now? Next week, the county is going to consider expansion of your district.
On Monday, we actually have a board meeting where the resolution with the language about what our proposed new boundaries are will be approved by our board. The Board of County Commissioners already has a draft version of that resolution. And on Tuesday, there is a hearing, a public hearing during the Board of County Commissioners meeting where they will listen to public concerns or support. And then Dr. Lucas and myself, and of course, Mrs. Kane will be on site to answer questions that the board may have, and they will vote on that resolution. At that point, if it passes, it goes into what's called a local bill. And we have a sponsor who will take that local bill to the next legislative session, the state level. They open up our charter in January, February, or whenever, before the whole legislative session is over. They take all the local bills, and if they survive all the committee and all of that jazz, then they vote on them in one shot. At that point in time, we're talking early 22, it would go into effect. You would become part of the district in October 1st of 22. The time between now and then is the time for us to have conversations about how this is going to work and how this will look. We are reaching out to not only leadership, but communities and individuals to make sure that we have these conversations. And that, I hope, answers the question as far as the timeline is concerned. If it's rejected by the Board of County Commissioners, then it'll be another year. It'll take us another year, but we'll swing back around and we'll do it again. We don't want to do this every couple of years or piece. The planned and expected growth in Collier is so explosive that if we don't get out in front of this, we're going to have a disease problem on our hands.
On the board agenda, is it recommended to go with this?
I believe the hearing is I do not know about, I guess I can say that we are familiar with the level of support we've gotten from our board, from our commissioners. When I say commissioners, the county commissioners.
But is it on the agenda for the Board of County Commissioners?
Yes.
So they usually have a write-up, yeah.
The recommendation is that the board adopt the resolution approving the expansion of the boundary. That's the.
Good.
But I believe we said that.
Oh, good.
Tony shared that with us. I believe I said.
No, I read it, but I wasn't sure if it was his or. the
No,
county
It's
commissioner.
county staff.
Good, good, that's good.
Each of the county commissioners has visited us personally, or in one case, we went to their office. Just make sure. This is our current district, and the proposed district is here.
Look at us there.
And there you are.
There we are.
Little finger. Yeah, you'll be the bellwether for
Little tail
what flies in there.
But you don't have Marco? No?
So we already do have Marco. Yeah, Marco Goodland and all of that.
This is the new business. You have Everglades City?
Surprised.
No.
No.
As a matter of fact, we sold Everglades City a truck a couple of years ago for $1.
Yeah.
And they're still
Right,
cowboying
right.
it out. They want to do it. appreciate your attention and your community involvement. If there's anything that we can do to answer questions or, as Robin said, host a visit, please give us a call. Visit us on our website as well. And we do appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank
No, thank you.
You're right.
I think
Or she could send it.
she's coming right here. She may just say.
Sure, we need a copy for public records.
Okay, do you want to copy it off onto your?
That's what I'm trying.
Oh.
I-
Yeah, but it's not gonna cost.
Okay, I can send it back to you. Okay, thank you.
Hey,
$40. It's my review.
Okay. Thanks so much.
With the money you save.
Okay, Chris, I think we're back to
They're
normal.
gonna determine what's tolerable.
Is that right?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
2 minutes. We don't need that. No, I know that. She's dating her. What, right? You have the, we have no say in it. So and I'm not worried about this.
I think the county
Because the tree goes, if he loses the spread, he's gonna be treated as a loss. They only do a lot, like 40 times.
It'll be under tax bill, it's an
The
actual.
whole year. We're doing. What are we?
No.
Three, well, we're doing.
Affordable.
15 treatments a month almost.
So that'll probably be a future agenda item.
Either way.
Are we ready to get back?
That's good. What do we need to do?
Right now,
When do we
let's
go
see the
close?
propane lawsuit status, that's going to be discussed in full session. Tony, you want to do a quick summary of House Bill 53?
Just briefly, House Bill 53 is legislation. Hey guys, could you move that out, please? Okay. Passed by the legislature and was not presented to the governor until last week, and the governor signed it, so now it's actually a law in the state of Florida, but I don't have the chapter number of the law in the state of Florida. And what the legislature, in their infinite wisdom, has decided, that as to cities, counties, and special districts that have wastewater services and will provide stormwater management, that basically each entity beginning July 31st of 2021. And by the way, this law became effective, 2022. The law became effective July 1st, it was signed June 29th, effective July 1st. You gotta love how Tallahassee and the puzzle fellows work. And by June of 30th of 2022, and every 5 years afterwards, the district is required to develop a wastewater services needs analysis and a water management, stormwater management needs analysis for the district over the subsequent 20 years. And then every 5 years thereafter, you're supposed to update. And this is, I call it, sorry, David, an engineer's relief.
It is.
Because what is required is a detailed description of the facilities used to provide stormwater and wastewater. The number of current and projected connections, we are talking about the wastewater and residents served, calculated in 5-year increments. The current and projected service area for wastewater, the current and projected costs of providing wastewater services, calculated in 5-year increments. The estimated remaining useful life of each facility, the most recent 5-year history of annual contributions to, expenditures from, and balances of any capital account for maintenance or expansion. The district's plan to fund the maintenance or expansion of any facility. And it has to include historical and doesn't say how far that can go. It includes historical and estimated future revenues and expenditures with an evaluation of how the local government expects to close any projected funding gap. Then this gets submitted to Collier County by June 30th of 2022, and the count from all the districts, all the cities in the county. And Collier County has until July 31st of 2022, a month later, to compile all of these and provide its own analysis, and then files that with the state. So you
It's
can.
not budgeted.
Well, that'd be budgeted. And again, a similar program counts for the water management side. So again, the legislature.
And you guys are in pretty good shape. I mean, you get the CIP program, the whole sections out of that.
But the fact you have to do this and then you have to recalculate for every fund. Again, I think what this may is it may be a product of a lot of the aging infrastructure, particularly around all the water issues on their sewer lines.
Yeah.
Great case last year. And a lot of the systems are 30, 40 years old. So I'm sure the legislature decided to do this in infinite wisdom. But once we get the information as to what chapter number it's been assigned to the laws of Florida, I have a memo already drafted. It's just I need to attach the property. So
I'm surprised they didn't include water.
I'm stunned they did not include water.
The more concerned
Oh,
with
Wastewater. Yeah, wastewater, I assume is probably because what happens with the water. And all those millions of gallons that reach system there. So that's, and Lord knows what else is coming down the pike in the legislature. That's House Bill 3453. And again, once I get the chapter number, I'll attach it to my, I'll send it to Gail. So you can read it for yourself.
Brings us to old business, and we've got parcel 13. What's the next steps? The appraisal we do not have. Talked to them last night, and you just wouldn't give us a preliminary number.
Do they have an idea when they'll be done though with the
It'll be
appraisal?
done for your next meeting,
Next meeting?
so that won't be a problem, but you don't have it right now. You've got, we received 3 proposals. Nancy, I don't know if you want to put it up on the, what, that's still up there. No, I took the flash drive out.
Do they take?
Let me take my screen.
Two proposals were included in the packet. The third one I sent this morning, the one that just popped up there is just the recap.
Hang on, Nancy. For some reason, Chris, can you take me off? We're showing the old presentation from the mosquito control district, and I see Nancy's got something. Can you take that off for me? Stop sharing my computer.
Your computer's not being shared. You're sharing on your screen, but you're not sharing online.
Okay. Then let me.
If you just minimize the presentation and maximize your GoToMeetings page.
Yeah, let's see if I can't get my. Oh, there it is. Right? Can't get my arrow. It's not there. No. I don't know. No, the thumb drive's off. Okay, there we go. Oh, awesome. Okay. Like this. Close that out.
You don't get it. Oh, I didn't check.
Close that out. I hope Chris, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. No. Let me get back in. We lost you. Here we go. Okay. We got you up there, Nancy.
Okay. Anyway, there were 3 proposals. One that I included that was included in the packet is the referral that the board received in last month's packet from RE1, I believe. And they were referred by Tony. Their presentation or their charge would be 5%, obviously good references, located in Naples. The second one was from CRE, from a Fred Kermani, I believe his name was. He put in a sliding scale for the pricing, and around the $2 million mark, it would be a 5% charge. And if he sold the property for 10 million or more, it would drop to 4%. But if it was less than $2 million, then it would be 6% commission. The third proposed, also good references, also located in Naples. The third proposal, which was sent out this morning from Sperry, the woman's name was Teresa. Her pricing, she's also located in Naples. What I'm seeing on the screen here is her estimate on what she thought the property could sell for and why. And her pricing was set at 7% commission. So those are the three options. I did put out requests to 6 different real estate agents. One was retiring, so he forwarded it on to a couple other people. One came back that they could put something together for us if we needed another proposal, but he primarily specialized in industrial property. A third person could not get us a proposal back in time because he was referred by that first person, so he just got the information before the holiday. And then I did not hear back from 2 or 3 others. So this is where we are with the 3 real estate proposals in front of you or in your packet.
Okay.
I will say the one that you have on the screen from Sperry, she was familiar with the property and the location. And I believe so was, oh, and no, Fred, not so much. But this person knew exactly, when I talked about the property, knew exactly what we were, the location, et cetera. So was familiar with the area.
What does she think? What did she say?
I'm sorry.
Nancy said one of them said she gave us an idea.
Oh, it should, yes.
That's the one that's right there on the screen that I'm seeing, where she was saying, yeah, I think you're showing that, Cal, because your cursor's.
Million, long-term, 3 to 5 months.
Long-term being how long?
She didn't, yeah. So, I mean, but, and I know Mike's out there, you don't, realtors are gonna tell you what they want.
Right.
So,
I gotta tell
I
you.
wouldn't go off of her estimate. You're getting a professional appraisal.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Were
Absolutely.
those agents, did they specialize in commercial properties?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're all commercial real estate folks.
The one that you brought did a hell of a report. That first one, that report is impressive. Really impressive.
That was the one that you recommended.
Those guys, that's something.
Oh, the one that I sent this morning, the report. Yeah, that was her presentation. She's the one that charges 7%.
We'll have to talk about that.
Yeah, I didn't ask if it was negotiable or not. I would assume it would be, but I don't know.
What isn't? Everything's negotiable.
So, and then you do have an offer that you were given last month.
Right.
And that was the Brian Jones offer of 2.1 million, and Mike Carr is here. He's a realtor working with Mr. Jones, and if he's got any questions, he can answer them.
Why not? We've got questions.
I'm Mike Carr, president of Collier County since 1978. Tony here knows me for many years. Very successful commercial realtor. I don't sell houses, strictly commercial real estate. And I have brought you an offer. And I do $30 million this year in commercial real estate. I'm sorry that I'm not on that list, but I do as much business as any of those people on the list. And I have done business out there. In fact, many years ago, I represented the old hotel. Almost sold it, but that was many years ago. And do a lot of business on the East Trail. And what can I say?
Maybe you can tell us about Mr. Jones and
Sure.
his proposal.
The Joneses are very good clients of mine. I've done a huge amount of business with them over the years. They came down here from Kentucky maybe 50 years ago. Bill Jones started Tamiami Builders. He's probably built more metal buildings in Collier County than anybody. He also started King Jones Self-Storage, two big self-storage facilities, one on Radio Road, one on Shirley Street. They're probably worth $10 million or something of that nature. Ben Jones, there's three people in this group. Ben Jones is Bill Jones's brother. Ben dug the foundations for most of the high rises on the beach. He was a site prep guy, and he was very, very good. He also did B&J demolition, and then he went into the mining business and developed the Jones mine out towards the Immokalee, 2 sections. And then Brian Jones is Phil's son, and he runs the affair. His dad and his uncle are both early 80s. Brian's about late 50s. He runs the day-to-day affairs. They own, at least 30 warehouses. They're in an industrial park. To my knowledge, they don't owe any money to anybody. Everything's free and clear. And they're just very good local down-to-earth business people.
What are they proposing if this?
Well, they would like to do an RV park. Brian Jones has done a lot of RVing all over the country. He knows what a good park looks like. And they're entrepreneurial kind of people. And they like the property out here. They mentioned it to me, and I still didn't find out about it, and I talked to Cal. And it is very good people.
Do they have, I got some pointed questions. Do they have any other RV parks?
Sure.
Okay. We just went through a fiasco, in my opinion, and we got lied to. And then the reason for walking out of it, which we had no money in hand, which stuns me, but we're going to do it a little differently this next time, in my opinion. But we like to do things straight up, and anything that we would do will be straight up. We don't like getting jerked, and we got jerked by a big company. So this time, we want to be pretty specific, and especially about due diligence, how fast we're going to get the money, and exactly what they want to do, and we want it signed in blood. Because my own personal feeling was the company that told us they were going to put in a 55 plus luxury high-end RV resort really had in mind to put in a trailer park. And so we don't want that. The problem is this community you're sitting in, Orchid Cove, Zeeman has 30 different RV resorts. None of them are near a residence. None of them are near a community. They're all out by themselves, which impacts that community. So that's why it's going to be a lot more sensitive. So what do you think?
I think you got a problem. As a developer, I might just making notes. You've got criteria, but do you have written criteria, and who's the judge of what good and what's bad? The Joneses aren't going to come in and spend their $2 million or whatever it is. That's the easy part, right? The difficult part is going to be building the RV park to your standards, and we don't know what your standards are. And then who controls those standards? Because it could become a money pit. They've got to show a profit. And And these RCCs just scare the heck out of me because that's a huge annual expense. And it seems to be, from all the conversation I heard earlier, seems to be all over the place as to how you many RCCs and how much annual cost there's going to be.
But they would know right up front what that was. And they would know what the impact fees are right up front, before they gave us money.
This is what the due diligence period would be for.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, but I believe they did not know the impact fees on the county.
I agree with you. But that's what
why
they said.
True.
I agree with you.
Because of the impact fees.
But my point is, they can tell us what they want to do. We expect them to do what they say they're going to do.
Well, the judges have got sterling reputation. They're as solid as can be and they're straightforward as can be.
Do you know if they want to build a campground, an RV park, a trailer park, a luxury resort? What exactly?
I think that they would just ask you what is acceptable, and then they'll say yes or no.
Would they be amendable to Class A only park or a Class A Super C and fifth wheel park?
I
10
really have no
years,
idea.
10 years or earlier, pardon me, or 10 years older or earlier as far as the age of the RV, no travel trailers.
I have no idea.
I guess.
That's what I'm saying. That makes it a high-end park.
See, that's the criteria. In other words, if you give us the criteria, this is what you got to do.
I understand that.
And they'll say yes or no.
Do we have a proposal?
There was a Collier County.
We have a letter of intent.
Oh, we've actually got a contract. It was a contract. Right. But it was a contract for 2.1
With no
million,
proposal.
90-day due diligence,
Not as far
60-day
as what we're
close.
gonna build.
That's what we need. Proposal.
Yeah, but he's saying we need to say, we know they're talking RV park. We need to put something down saying what our definition is of what type of RV park.
Not necessarily. They need to come to us with their proposal. And then we look at the
I
proposal.
think it's just the opposite.
Well, no matter what, me personally, I think until we've gotten the appraisal back,
Right.
and we went through this once before, let's not do it again. Let's get the appraisal, let's find out what we're dealing with. And
The appraisal would be very helpful.
Yeah.
Right, both sides.
Yeah, that's right.
Because I don't know how the appraiser is going to figure out the value with these RCCs expense hanging on the property.
So,
It's a huge.
So what I'm saying is, until we have that, I don't think we're ready to look at Mr. Jones's offer until we know what it's worth.
Yeah.
And speaking
Sounds like a
selfishly,
plan.
I sure don't want to co-broke with one of those people on the board there.
Okay. Is that pretty much the consensus of the board then that?
But, yeah, but just so he knows, I think your guideline, he should have an idea of your guidelines, which you say are that Supervisor C,
Yeah, Class A only, Super Cs for fifth wheel.
in Collier County has a restriction of no longer than 6 months in one location. Those have to move every 6 months.
10 years or earlier,
I need
and no
something-
travel trailers.
I need something in writing, really.
I'll get these over and I'll write it down.
Yeah, just like this.
Well, we still need a proposal.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
this
but
will help him write.
Yeah.
Is what he's
Yeah,
saying.
that's a
He
lot of
wants
work on
to
their end,
take
too.
this back to Brian
Yeah.
and say, this is the expectation of an RV park that we would be interested in.
Probably should use the word resort, RV resort.
Here's a
Connotation.
written offer for the property for $2.1 million.
Yeah. We don't, we've been there. We've been,
We
we
just
need to see a
voted
proposal.
to do no, we voted to get an appraisal.
Crazy.
Well, no, that's right. Yeah, that's right. That's right. But then we need to see a proposal.
Good, so if we get an appraisal and
The number of
you give me,
Yeah.
Also, the number of kids.
I'm sorry.
The number of
Number of
pads.
pads.
RV
RVs.
pads.
Just let you know how many years.
And the size.
Class A's, Super C's, fifth wheels, no more than 10 years old, that travel.
Okay, thank you.
So we're gonna wait for the appraisal. And that's the same thing, and then you'll discuss the realtors at a later time. And then what Mike has brought that would be excluded from any realtor agreements.
Right.
So,
Yes.
right. Okay,
So
great.
good. All right, thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a discussion on the commercial pool water only meter discussion. We do have.
No, we were gonna look into it, how many commercial pools were here.
Well, the only one that has a meter on it that I'm aware of is the South Hotel.
That's some information here.
Okay, sure.
So they have a water only meter.
Yes.
So if they got it, why can't he have it?
Well, we already said, currently the rules don't really take care of that.
What did we say this month?
You said it was fair to do, but the lawyer suggested you needed some rule change or something.
Yeah, we need to get a rule change to really put that into effect.
So there are 4 pools total that we're talking about, 4 commercial. Ours here, the hotel, and 2 others over there.
There's 3 others.
6.
There's a total of 6.
It's 6 commercial.
Yeah, page 2.
Look at page 2.
And the South Hotel has no sewer on there.
Correct.
This is just water.
Well, that's the problem.
And that's what they were gonna do
That's what
here,
we-
is run a separate meter.
Yeah.
That, where the bathrooms were metered separately from the pool.
Right. Right. And I thought we said, okay.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
I think in your region code, it doesn't have a classification for water only for the pools.
Yeah, it's a technical issue, but we didn't say no. But it's got to apply to all of them.
And somebody asked about the question of how much the potential lost revenue was when you take the wastewater out of those pools. That's also outlined on the second page. That's based upon some average evaporation rates and so forth that pools typically see in South Florida. So it's not a super significant amount, but there is some cost.
Well, but we already lost the hotel, right? We already had meter only.
Correct.
So that 950 should.
So Dave, what's the rule change we got to change? What is it we got to change?
Did I list the rule number?
And how can that be if the hotels
Already
already?
have.
Right.
I look at it same as filling a pool. You know it's not being returned into the sanitary system.
That's the argument.
We've already done it. I don't see why we do it
I
again.
think it's clear because you're going to more questions in the future, at least we have a mechanism for it. Okay, we're addressing it. And
So then-
and there might be some other items in the rule too, we talked about, we may want to address. And along those lines, I put an ad notice in the paper, it said notice of rule amendment, rule development, that's the first step. Then I would suggest is that if the board is comfortable with Wisconsin, we come back to the next board meeting with proposed language. And less the proposed language for purposes of advertising that formal rule. That should happen, like in the September, October timeframe.
Okay.
That's typical. And if we come up with others that we make.
So how do we handle this one? Wait until we do that?
I thought that was supposed to be ready at this meeting. All that stuff is supposed to be ready to do at this meeting. I thought.
Well, I don't see why you can't allow
I don't either.
Yeah.
If you want to allow that, suggest that
it. We can cover our tracks with the rule.
Yeah.
change.
Because it's
I
already.
mean, you're gonna do a rule change
Yeah.
anyhow, so just
Yeah.
throw that in there.
Okay, so how does that impact this pool now?
He just has to put it in.
Okay, so we can just go ahead and have, I'm mixing, just go ahead and put it in.
And then we'll have,
But there is a fee.
Yes,
Yeah, he
yes,
does. Well,
You're okay with the fee?
But then meanwhile, we need to change.
yes, because if you recall, we need to also add the $350 fee.
Yeah.
For the bench testing of meters.
Oh, yeah, right.
And then-
Then we talk
and that's what we
about this.
have.
Right.
And there wasn't enough time on the statutory scheme for advertising to have it between now, between last week and now. You have to advertise 28 days in advance of the meeting. after you advertise the notice of rule. So you have built-in 29 days. You did not have a language. So I'm comfortable with the board saying that this concept of association, allow that to occur, and we'll ratify that when we do a rule amendment. That's motion.
Now we send you the bill for the agreed upon amount. And with that,
So now we have to go forward.
No, agreeing on an amount.
no, I know for the meter.
He knows that's part of that.
Yeah.
You know, you just ratify it. Never ratify it.
For the meter fee, and then the connection fee is 500. So 750.
The board, in essence, grandfather in all the prior pool meters, and then go forward basis. Have it.
All right, so what do we need
If,
to do?
if you want to waive the connection fee and just have the meter fee, you could probably do that. The
Hey, you're
connection-
just willing to pay it all.
Well, they've already paid the connection fee coming in.
Yeah.
So now we're taking off of their existing service and running and metering another service line out to the pool.
We've already paid a connection.
Yeah, you paid the connection fee for the initial installation of water.
So I shouldn't have to pay it again.
I say waive it because, they've been paying right along the overage.
Okay, so can we get a motion to waive that fee?
Yeah, I'll make the motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We calculate that we're going to save about $600 a year. They charge on 144,000. We use 2020, $144,000. I feel like we using just a rough formula saying that 12,000 gallons per month. System. We feel that the clubhouse uses 3,000 gallons per month, and the pool by evaporation display uses 12. $600,000, that's $600 we would say. Do we have the ability to, of course, recapture some of that within the next 6 months or the next 12 months? However, the ability period, it turns out that we've lost that.
I don't think so. I don't see why.
Yeah, when the meter's put in,
Yeah.
you get it as a new account, just bill off of that, whatever it is. I don't go back and get a credit for what, I know you're able to calculate how much water it is, but
Yes,
Plus,
and it's close to
it was
what we
only-
calculated. We calculated about $510 a year.
Yeah.
So what's the meter fee gonna be?
$250.
250, so that's what we need to pay.
Because even if you backdated, it's only a month ago, they requested this. So
I think
go
he's,
back and.
I think he's looking at,
The actual
let's say for the last 5 years, we
Yeah,
paid
yeah.
X number of dollars.
And the game, CIP, that.
You want us to go more broke?
Just when I buy some ERCs, look from the standpoint of board direction,
Yeah.
with the clarification.
I appreciate the way.
Yeah, wait.
I'll work with Dave and Cal to have proposed language to address 2 issues.
Right.
One is this aspect of the water bill only for pool, we'll figure out the size, what's commercial
Yeah.
pool, public pool. And then the second part is the 350 charge for.
Or if we
moving
send the
and
meter
vegetating,
out.
sending the meter
Yeah.
out. I don't have that language, draft language, next board meeting, so then we can, I'll have the advertisement all day, for the September board meeting.
See, we're good. We're not making you wait till this is done. So doing the best we
It's
can.
called neighbor. We call it neighbor.
I think that takes us to supervisor request and 20th for the full session.
I'd like to bring something up on behalf of one of the residents that I guess we should have done. I'd like to take a minute. And this has happened before. I called Robert Edge and I said, has this ever happened? He goes, absolutely, it's happened. And it's no one's fault. Here's the thing, the way we're doing the spraying now is that the 2 most opportune times to do it are or right around sunset or right around sunrise. Right around sunrise is not fun, and technically right around sunset is actually a little better. The problem is, and always has been, and happened to Robert besides, who was extremely conscientious, there are people out walking their dogs and stuff, and this week, one of our residents, two of our residents got sprayed, and their dogs got sprayed. Now, I'm not sure how that happened, but it happened. So I think the smart thing to do would be move it to mornings when there's nobody out at 5 a.m. walking their dogs.
Well, I used to walk 5 in the morning.
Okay.
And when the mosquito truck came by, I heard it.
Yeah.
And I would take shelter.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. I didn't stay out and let them miss me.
No, I agree.
But but I think it was determined that nighttime spraying is a better effect right now with the
Yeah.
chemical we're using.
Well, it doesn't matter the chemical, it's more effective anyway. I guess what I'm saying is, Robert told me the same thing. He said there, historically, there's more people out for some reason after sunset than there are in the morning. And, you know, and he told me the same thing happened to him. So I just, on her behalf, I mean, it was on next door, but, you know.
So when we spray in the morning and somebody complains, then what do you do?
Yeah, I know, I'm just asking.
I just think it was something, a freak accident, and it's a shame it happened. And I'm sure that they'll do everything they can to make sure it doesn't happen again, but, you know, you got to spray it sometime.
I think why don't we put on next door, we're doing this at such and such a time. And then they're aware.
I would just like the board to give direction.
Yeah.
Morning or evening.
Right.
It's, we were doing evening and, or we were doing morning and then it was requested we do evening,
Yeah.
switch to evening and,
Yeah.
I mean, the poor sprayer,
Yeah.
Exactly.
you know, he can't, one week he's doing it one way and next week he's doing it another way. Just make a decision.
Yeah.
If scientific evidence is the best time to spray is in the evening, then I suggest we spray in the evening.
And we should just say a time. we're
But
gonna do
it's not the same time every time, right?
No, it's going to be when relative.
Is it the same day every time? Same day?
No, maybe it's the time of day is determined by sunlight.
It's roughly every other day. So.
Like Sunday, Monday, or Wednesday, Friday. Yeah. Unless it's raining, then you got to switch days. You can't put it out in the rain.
Now, here's the obvious question. If you're driving the spray truck and you see people,
Can't turn it off.
you can't turn it off?
You got to get out, turn the thing off, and turn it back
Oh, there's
on.
no remote to turn it off.
It'd be nice if there was.
Yeah. Okay, so what are we gonna do? I agree we need a consensus.
Evening.
I say with the evenings,
Okay,
just like we're doing it.
all right.
Yeah.
So
Just-
everyone's in agreement with the evenings.
A time range.
Will you post that on next door?
Yeah, just
Yeah.
put between 7 and 9 p.m.
Just put down.
And that's for all of POI.
Well, it'll probably be closer, usually it's closer to like 8:30, 9 o'clock.
So put between 8 and 10.
But it's going to get darker.
Yeah, I was going to say, it depends on sunset.
Yeah.
Right.
You just got
So
to,
just say.
within an hour of sunset.
Yeah, an hour of sunset,
Yeah.
either side of sunset, easy.
Okay, so that's,
I just want to make a comment to thank Bob Garbo for initiating, bringing these people here, Robin King and all of that. So I just want that on record.
I don't know if Derwin Fish is still a resident, but you know, that's his profession. He's got a PhD and he works, I think, at Yale.
I haven't heard from him.
I haven't either, but he was in the communication when I contacted Patrick. Derwin was in the communication chain, so I got a feeling he was still somehow involved.
He is, and
John Anderson.
and Dr. Anderson is the other one, he's a
Yeah,
full
he's-
entomologist, so.
I contacted them.
Yeah.
And basically says they're in favor of proposal of mosquito control. They say if you spray at night or early morning, as a fine mist that will drift in the direction of the wind. Mosquitoes that are flying and exposed to the mist will die. Unfortunately, most mosquitoes will not be exposed to the mist. They are resting in vegetation near and behind buildings or vegetation behind the drift of the mist. It's his opinion, periodic spraying with a truck-mounted sprayer is insufficient to significantly reduce mosquitoes in Port of the Islands.
That's Mr. Anderson. Yeah. But Michelle's right that Mr. Garbo certainly got everyone's attention on this, and we got a lot of action and resources applied to the issue.
My only question or suggestion, is it possible to get somebody that really understands audio visual to come in here and figure out what exactly we need?
Didn't we pay $3,000 for a new setup?
You approved it, but then I believe at the last meeting, you said it was fine.
Yeah.
I don't think it's fine.
Well,
Just
somebody
easier on you.
that comes in and tells us what we need so that we makes it easier on
Yeah.
all of us to be able to.
An outside,
do this.
yeah, like 2 speakers.
Part of that, right, we could look at possibly 2 speakers, a second one that we could tie in.
Or a micro.
Part of the problem was my fault, because
Then we need to get rid of
running
you.
through the, it was running through the projector as opposed to the speaker. And I just, I didn't realize that, I'm sorry.
Well, what I'm saying is just, and said, this would make it better for, so that we can hear comments from the audience, that you guys can pick those up, et cetera, et cetera.
All the way around.
Well, the proposal that was presented, and Chris Dudak, he has a degree in that, all the whole, all of it, but he had proposed basically a microphone where the audience would have to come up and talk to it, and with a small speaker.
Yeah.
Chris, that was about 3,000?
The $3,000 that they initially proposed, or that they initially approved, that was based on a proposal to make audio better online. And it was an expansion of the current system that we have. Additionally, or we eventually found out that they were concerned about audio in the room. So then I was looking into a PA system to get for the room, which of course would improve audio quality all around and go back into the speaker. I think we can find something in the, depending upon how configured it is or how large it is, or how many microphones and how many speakers we have, between $1,000 and $3,000 for that. So we would either go with one or the other.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
How do you feel? Is it just workable, or we can do better?
Now that it's hooked up right?
So it's when we had last meeting, when we had a configuration where everybody was closer, we had no audio problems online. And my understanding was that everybody heard everybody in the meeting last time when everyone was closer. If we're going to do a meeting this size, like you're doing right now, then I would suggest a PA system in the room.
You've got a 1,000-watt amplifier and 2 huge speakers here. You could get over there wireless and use our system here. But it's just in a wireless mic. Is it Bluetooth? It can be, yeah. Well, Bluetooth mic. So I think we need microphones, what I think.
So
Yeah, instead of the speaker. Yeah. No, I don't need.
So I just want to say that if we're going to go the route of, say, another like a city council meeting where you would see people with, every board member has their own microphone, then you're talking about having a mixing board and an audio professional in the room. And then that stuff.
We don't need that.
Well, what about like 3 mics on the days?
Or even 2.
Yeah, even 2.
Can we get a second Jabra and split them?
So the Jabras do not chain together. That was what the $3,000 system was. Those were like the Jabra, but they were designed to be daisy chained, and you could have up to 5 of them in the room.
That's what we need.
That's it.
But again, that's only for audio quality on the web. That doesn't run through a speaker in the room for people in the back of the room to hear.
I don't think we need that.
It seems to be working.
Well, you're coming from it now, aren't you? This round thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can hear.
Yeah,
I'm-
you couldn't hear them
Yeah,
because.
but
When Cal sets it up right, we can hear you very well.
Messing it up.
Yeah, the projector screwed it up.
So I think maybe we need written directions for Cal.
Well,
Well,
that's
we'll-
not a projector.
We don't usually use the.
No, I don't usually. And I didn't realize there was even a speaker. in the
Two sets of directions.
Well, I think it's remedial education.
I'm used to doing without the projector.
Yeah.
All my board meetings have
So
this,
you
so.
think we should try this one more time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like right now, audience, you hear this, right? Yeah. All right, let's try it one more month, okay? The way it is.
No, and we might try, Michelle had mentioned that at the last meeting, we had it configured differently where, everyone in the audience could hear you guys better.
Yeah, but right now they can hear us.
Well,
It was operator.
they can hear,
No,
but
that-
we're talking about the people out in the audience.
Yeah,
They can hear us. They can hear us. I think we're good.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem, I think, and you might need a speaker, is there was not many people like the lady right here when she's talking. I couldn't hear the questions. I heard Patrick's answer.
Yeah.
But I couldn't hear the question. And and I know if I couldn't hear it, the people that were online could.
Well, we could have people come up.
Yeah.
Sure.
State their question.
Yes, we
Yeah.
can
I
just
think
start.
the idea of if you're going to address the board, they come up.
Yeah.
Have a speaker, they come in and address the board, and then everybody, including everybody online, can hear it, and what the, as far as the minutes or whatever goes.
This is a point of information. The last meeting, I would prefer this doesn't have to begin, but I want you to know the last meeting, that table was picked up and moved and put about,
Where that is.
It was closer this way.
about here.
Right.
Okay, I would, you'd rather not see us messing with the furniture. I mean, there's enough empty seats that people,
They
so they can move close.
Yeah.
And they make microphones that are Bluetooth compatible.
Right.
And all you need is to get and they're like, go to Toys R Us if they were still open. And you could get one for like $30. And Bluetooth, and then people that were asking questions or whatever, you can hear.
Yeah, maybe we should try, as he recommends, the speakers here, Bluetooth. Give that a try.
Well, again, is this working good? No, now, this is my question. Now that it's hooked up, like, is this working?
Yeah.
Okay. What they're saying is the people in the room might not.
Yeah.
They can move up.
Anybody who wants to speak should come up.
Yeah, I would say either come
Okay,
up or
let's
come to
let's
speak.
try it one more month.
So,
Okay, thank you.
Are we done then?
Audience comment.
That was the only supervisor's comment. That was Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
Well, I got one.
I commented about Garbo.
Okay.
And Dave, you want to pass this for him? That's when you get back to the office, okay? That's just a question when you get back to the office, because I want to find it. and email it.
All right, maybe in a couple months or whatever, actually, I really do with people in that, but I want to line up the Castro and fire chief or whoever's in charge of the Greater Naples Fire Department. Have them come in and
Oh, I spoke, we had a fire district meeting, and I spoke to them about that, and they said they used to come to the meetings each time and maybe stay a half hour to see if there were any questions and to meet the community. So they're going to start doing that again.
okay, but I want Castro and the head of those Iowa Free, East Naples, Sokolowski. Get them all here, or the guy that's in charge of it.
Greater Naples.
Greater Naples, the head of Greater Naples and the Castro. But not till we have, I guess not till we have.
Which would be seasoned. But meanwhile, I'm hoping the fire department, that they send a
Are
representative.
you thinking during season then?
Yeah, just put that on the agenda.
I'll put that, I'll put it in the notes of the request, but can you repeat this again?
Yeah, it's gonna be about the tax rolls anyway, that's what I want to talk about, how they determine what they go there.
The millage rate.
Millage rate, yeah.
Sure.
That's it.
Nothing else there? audience comments?
I just have.
Thank you. I want to say thank you.
One question here. Go ahead.
Oh. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say thank you to the work they're working for, approving the pool.
This is aging.
I just have a quick question. I just want to know if Collier County approves this mosquito control for us, should we still need to have our neighborhood mosquito control? Or is that two separate things?
I thought it was to eliminate.
Well, we won't,
That's
we
what
won't,
I'm
we won't, we won't do that.
Okay. So
It would replace it.
okay, so that's what I want.
We will have to stay with what we have until.
Oh, yeah, yeah. But hopefully
Well,
it
we have,
eliminates.
we have to vote whether we're gonna go county, right?
If you keep it there, I don't think so.
I don't think you vote. Yeah, it's their commissioner
We've
says
already
yes.
released control.
What do you mean release control?
The
They're-
commissioner,
they're county?
I'm just telling you, I'm just saying, if they're gonna do it and they think spraying the Immokalee 40 times is a lot, we're gonna get sprayed once a week or once every other week. That's it. That's what they said.
Yeah, they said they're gonna monitor and do it as.
But they're, exactly. They are determining what's tolerable for you.
Right.
Okay, just so you know.
But how do you know they don't know? You don't. I don't hear complaints from people in the areas that are being sprayed.
What are you talking
There's neighborhoods in Naples that get sprayed.
Right.
They're not complaining about the mosquito coverage. So it's hard to say.
I don't have one mosquito land on it.
No, there's none of them.
And they do mark.
Just come on over, stand outside, you'll have plenty.
Oh, no, we have plenty here. I know that.
I haven't been bid at Marco either.
That's what I'm saying. They're monitoring it on Marco.
All right, we have another.
Russ.
Yes, thank you. Is the possibility of parcel 13 becoming a part still on the table?
We can't afford to do that. I don't know how else to express it. We have not collected on that parcel, ERCs, in like 5 years. And it's a sizable amount of money. So to sell it is going to replenish our funds to do capital improvements. Right now, anything major happens, we cannot afford it.
Even if the residents would be willing to pay an assessment?
First, I think you have to sit down and figure out how much money you're talking about. It's sizable to increase the residents to keep this as a park. And then you have to hire people. You have like workman's comp to pay. You have security. You have a lot more cost to keep it going and maintenance of the grounds. And that's an additional cost. And when you put it all together, we've been over this and it's not financially feasible right now.
But are you saying leave it as it is, not make it anything?
No, and it's just obviously not me. There are a fair number of people, residents here, who don't want to have more development and may be willing to pay for maintaining it. And so I guess my request would be, could those people have an informal meeting with two of you to talk this over and have their questions answered about this?
We've done that, haven't we?
No, to answer your question, now, I'm going to tell you because I don't disagree with you. The problem is this, and it's an elephant in the room. He just did a $25,000 report with his company that says that we are looking down the barrel of about $7 million in repairs coming up over the next few years. And we need the money to pay for it. The money that we have coming in right now isn't close to paying for it. We're at a deficit for 5 years because the people that own these properties never paid. And some still aren't. So that's the other problem. So then there's one other problem. Like next door, which is a vehicle that we can all use to communicate stuff. There's really, out of 700 or 800 properties, units, there's only a handful of people, me being one of them, that wants to keep it natural. And everybody else, the majority, don't care. They just don't care. But one thing that we found is that nobody wants their taxes to go up at all, not 5 cents. I would be willing to pay another $500 a year to leave it the way it is. I am in a very small minority, and that's the problem. We have big bills coming our way. This is the first year that we have a surplus, and we really don't have a surplus. All these little bills that are popping up just today, like the pool thing that really needed to be addressed, that's money going out. And the same amount of money is coming in. That's the problem, running the business.
I don't think $500
I don't either.
increase would take care of what we need.
No, well,
That's what I'm saying.
but what she did ask is what would it take?
Would we be willing to listen to them? Sure.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. You want to know what the key is, and the timing couldn't be better? A petition. And just come and talk to us.
What are we talking, 250?
No, the inform, the, right,
$250,000 a year for property taxes, right?
No, they were paying between 250 and 350.
That's, okay, so.
Thousand a year.
250,
Right.
At least,
it's
Right,
250.
rough and tough on
but
the
then how
unused.
many years didn't you collect it?
But that's what I'm saying. I'm on,
Yeah.
I think we should have it developed, because I can't see all of us, our taxes going up, $250,000 a year split up between the community.
Yeah.
I don't have that kind of money.
Well, look at your debt that you just, your
That's right.
assessments went up because you had debt.
Right.
I'm a one-family owner. My assessment went up $400 a year.
Yeah.
Right.
And that was to pay a debt of $500,000 a year. So what are we're talking, I think, more than 500.
Oh, I do too.
Oh, yeah.
Something
Wrong.
look at your resale value. You take a condominium owner. My friend was paying more in assessments than the real estate portion for her condo.
Oh,
How do you
absolutely.
sell something
That's
with
just
those
taxes. We're
numbers?
not even talking upkeep of that land.
Right. There's a lot more to it. And
Are you getting the drift?
unfortunately, the best thing for us to do financially to recoup our losses was to take the land back and sell it.
Right.
That was our intent to begin with. And I think because of the old hotel, the delay and everything that happened, it just got out of hand.
The unused,
There's a couple other aspects of this. So people are also concerned, of course, there's going to be more stress on the water plant. So then does that mean when there's more houses up there that we're eventually going to be assessed?
No, the water plant was built for complete development. We're not at capacity. What was the number you said?
1,032. 0.6.
and that's, well, right now with the unused ERCs that are out there, that are available, if you figured those in that we were collecting, we would be, everybody's assessment would go down, one unit would go down $1,000 a year.
No, but he's talking about.
I know, but I'm just saying, it's
He's talking
costing you
about
right now $1,000 a year because those are not being used. On top of the 2 million you wouldn't get, on top of the other stuff you would get. I mean, it's substantial.
Yeah, but her question was, would we be at full capacity when we're
No.
developing? No, that was the planning for
In
this
fact,
new plan.
we probably do better production-wise because we're only using a fraction of the plant right now, but we're still having the staff to a certain level. The greater flow doesn't hurt us there.
It'd be better if we had.
I'd rather see the land sit empty than put a park back there.
Yeah.
Because you put a park back there,
You don't know who's
you're
coming.
talking ongoing maintenance, but not only that, that's a minor issue. You're talking visitors.
Right.
Who is going to that park?
Right.
Well, look now, occasionally we have a camper who comes back there and fishes. Yeah. So.
Just make one other comment. And I envision, there's what these motor home pads. I envision that it's really not being that attractive. Why isn't that being also considered by developers to put some nice condos?
Oh, it is.
Nice
It
homes?
is.
It is.
It's what the county says you
Oh, it
can
is.
have back there. And
Yeah.
it's more than RV parks. There's
Oh,
more
yeah.
that could be built.
Yeah.
It's that we're getting an appraisal, we're gonna have real estate.
Or RV spots?
Yeah, but
Those
that's
are realtors.
right. To
We have
sell,
one bid
To sell.
for,
Or just to sell?
yeah.
We had the one bid that wants
purchase for an RV park, but that, we're not there yet.
We want the value
We
first.
hired an appraiser, commercial appraiser, which we should have done to begin with, to appraise it. We didn't get the appraisal that we were hoping for today. We will have it at the next meeting. He's gonna tell us what he feels or she feels it's worth and give us a letter of appraisal. Then we're gonna use that. We're gonna sign up with a commercial brokerage, commercial realtor, to market it globally, nationally, whatever. And then we get proposals. And those proposals will come to us like he didn't do today and tell us what they want to do. And what that's going to do is going to say there are people who want to build a hotel back. There are people who want to build high-rise. There are people who want to build beautiful cottages back there. There are people who want to build an RV park. Whatever they want to do, they're going to give us a formal proposal. Yeah.
Let me just, one more thing. The water, I believe, that we're using is coming from the public land that catching mountain.
Right.
Is there any kind of an agreement that was put in place years ago with DEP about how much water we can actually pull from that?
That's in the permit.
It's actually a South Florida Water Management District water use permit.
And is there a limit how much?
There are limits, and actually what we were able to do several years ago, which is kind of unusual, is get a 20-year permit for the district. Normally they were issued for 5 or 10 years. So we're in good shape.
What about Bill 53?
I'm sorry.
What about Bill 53?
Bill 53 is pretty straightforward. That doesn't, that's just doing paperwork.
No.
Paperwork.
I
It's my
want to thank
favorite
you
thing.
for answering my questions. Let me ask if there still might be an opportunity for each of these answers. Have questions to meet with several.
They should meet with us. We can't meet informally. 2 of us can't be there together. But they could come and get on the agenda and meet with us publicly right here like this.
Yeah, but I hope you understand, we've been there, done that. And we're just following the board's decision and we're moving forward. And you're coming in at the tail end.
Yeah.
And I know that's hard, but we could probably explain it more, but I don't know. if we're
We
gonna
did
change.
we had a workshop, a public workshop on it in the evening on a Monday or Tuesday night. It really wasn't well attended compared to 800 residents. And the apathy is the problem.
We can continue audience comments after the closed session.
Yep.
We've got a court reporter here that you're paying. That,
You know, what I would suggest is,
yeah.
we're still in the public section. What I would suggest is if the board can take a recess, allow the court reporter to set up. Then the board will come back to an open session and have a little script that I read that commences, because the meeting commences in an open session, then we go into closed door section. And at the end, we open it back up to the public. And then as a public session, the board can give direction or take action.
We're gonna call my husband, tell my.
Recess.
Thank you.
How long's the recess?
I'd say 10 minutes. We have to take the bill to fire and all. Yeah, how about 10 minutes? We need to back our office by 3 for free, just a week.
Oh, okay.
So no, it's okay.
Okay, so it doesn't go by bill, it goes by
We
actual.
should have
like,
a talk.
business.
So it's good.
Okay.
I thought it was just
Oh, my God.
Cal,
This way I just was thinking.
Cal,
But I understand what you're saying. But I understand what you're saying now.
Yeah. Granular larvicide. So we asked for see this. I did not know that. These are the so.
You're going to be standing here talking to them.
I know this is really dangerous.
So.
I sit right here.
I can remember the first time I unfortunately got it.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, where you can be sitting.
In 20 years, we never normally talking. It costs me more money to run the damn
And
thing.
they're all going to shop.
It's 27.
Okay, I just need a chair.
I don't know whether it's.
Okay.
And I know it's, well, it's used around.
I can use the side of this table.
Very inexpensive. We always figured it as avenues that we used to bring people to the city, and you know, what would happen is their husband would come to play golf, wives would downtown and shop. We didn't have a problem with it. We just considered it part of our, you know, part of what we needed to run the city. But it never made plus.
I'm trying to get
I got to know you guys.
We got a big one.
I'm gonna give you a heads up. Future reference. I just call my husband and say, I can't make money. You know, he says, I'll.
How long is this gonna take? Let me talk to him.
What he said was, I'll starve and you get no money.
What you don't know is he already had the pizza.
Would you call my wife? Tell her it's gonna go at least till 3 o'clock. Or no, they have a 3 o'clock.
Oh, no, what we're gonna, we have to leave here by 20 after 2 late.
Wait till I see him.
Oh, this,
Yeah.
I think we go 2 hours, we need to get overtime.
I like it.
So, yeah, they're gonna have.
Sounds like my wife. Sounds like a woman to me. If you agree with me, it's awesome.
I'm telling you, this is your husband's secretary. He doesn't agree with me at the meeting, so because of him, it's extended.
like that's there.
Closed session.
Got to push back.
But I did give my hint. I told my husband, told I could make lunch. He's gonna wait for that. So I told these guys here, that's the. There's no guarantees. Okay, all right.
Say to smack me or something.
I pondered that last.
I told her it was gonna be long, and I didn't wanna bring my phone, so
You can always borrow mine. Dance with me here.
All of a sudden, I'm getting in.
Oh, that nice picture.
Oh, yeah, that is a good picture.
Where's it, out back?
No, one of the horse shows.
Oh.
Okay, but, I got to meet, when we did a White Rose, Gatsby. And he was really good.
Well, that's one lot.
What do we need a lawyer for when we're having a, you know?
Tell them it's low.
Yeah,
Oh, that's something. Or is this?
Is he dressed that? Let's see my husband at Gatsby event.
That's it. The great.
One of those Amish guys or something.
You know, I found my issue.
Never mind your husband, let's see you at the Gatsby event.
That's right.
Oh, my God, how'd that go? Tony, you want the engineer to?
He can't be here.
Commercial bookings.
Oh, great.
You can call in, but you can't be here. Yeah. Afterwards. You can call in after.
You need me here afterwards.
Just know when to stand.
Oh, call you.
Okay.
Email me your phone.
We're thinking this guy's supposed to do everything.
Tell you what, I'll just write it down.
Okay, Chris,
Yes.
They don't take it
let's,
down.
we're gonna mute
That's
our
up to the
speaker.
Oh, so he had it. Oh, so you just did. You did.
All right, I can mute everybody's audio. It's okay to leave the video going?
Yes. No, yeah, I don't think there's a problem with
Where's
it.
our lawyer?
You may have a lawyer, 'cause a lip reader, you know.
Yeah, cut our camera out too.
You watch too many.
I can't do that. You can do that.
Or did you look for, are you?
Okay.
You watched it,
Or I can share my screen or something. I can do it.
Okay, yeah, sure is, and cut the.
The only, Cal, the only thing is I won't know when you're back on.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's gotta be done by 2022.
So that means you will have to turn your audio back on and say, now we're coming back to the meeting.
Okay, I'll do that.
All right?
Okay.
So I'm going to mute everybody now.
Yeah.
And you will mute yourself, unmute yourself when we come back.
Gotcha.
And we turned it.
All right.
Sam LaShire, City.
And I'll remove the video, yes.
Okay, Chris, we're back in.
Okay, we're out of recess.
Chris, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Nor can excuse.
Well, not goodbye yet.
That way, only one person has to make an excuse while we're late. Thank you. We closed, for the record, Kale, your recording working?
Yes.
Okay. The closed attorney-client session has been terminated and the open session is resumed.
Okay, when you said on record, I go on when you say on record.
Okay. It says you can stop recording, transcribe.
Yes, okay. Yeah.
The closed attorney-client session has been terminated and the open session is resumed. A sealed transcript of the session will be submitted to the Secretary of Court of the District within a reasonable time and will be made part of the public record upon the conclusion of the litigation.
Okay, whatever it takes to make the judge happy. I don't want, I mean, we want to make it look like we're doing this on time and
Well,
I don't want to push it off.
Staff, thank you for participating in that closed door session. Based upon our law firm's analysis of the case to date, and conversations with Cal, we recommend that the board at this time not accept the proposal as outlined in Mr. DeCosta's letter of May 19th, 2021, and authorize us to notify Mr. DeCosta and at the same time continue settlement discussions. Give Cal and I the opportunity, and if necessary, have the chairman participate in discussions with plaintiff, principals, and the attorney. Possible meetings of those resolving this litigation. So we would request a recommendation.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do you have anything further?
Not unless the board has anything.
Oh, come on, it's too much. Can't we stay for, lunch and
No, I'm
dinner?
going
You have now set an official.
Official record. Oh.
We didn't have this problem before the newbies.
Meeting adjourned. Meeting adjourned.
Let's go have lunch.
I second that.
All in favor?
Let's go.
So we adjourn?
Yes.
Hey, one question, that schedule I did, that's useless then?
Oh, that's, we talk about one-on-one.
Oh, all right.
It's not useless.